I'm trying to decide what pyro I want.
Just pea grenades and AFG bangers.
Oh, I think this is
There's a whole section for throwables.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
That's not good.
Oh. That's not supposed to happen. Yoink. Why did Windows
Please stand
capture
by.
not? Okay, now it's working. My bad.
You're good. You're good,
Uh.
homie.
Okay, so yeah, now you should be able to see uh the thumbnail, which is normally what's going to be up anyways. So, good evening, Wastelanders. Not as good at this as our friend the Phoenix is, but hello, this is Overseer, and welcome to the first actual episode of Fall of Man Radio. Right now, it's just myself, the Overseer, joined by my partner in crime and owner and proprietor of the Circus of Value, the Merchant. Soon, we hope to have a couple more, including the aforementioned Phoenix. In the meantime, let's get started on the topic. So, we figured, at least as a beginning for the stream, we were going to talk a little bit about gear and armor crafting in the Wasteland. Do you have any thoughts on this, Merchant? Uh-oh, I can't hear you. Give me 1 second. I can't hear you. You're muted yourself. Yeah, you've muted yourself. Hold on. One hell of a start, right, guys? Merchant, nobody can hear you. You're muted. Oh, he'll be back in just a minute. There you go.
Okay. Sorry, it's acting weird if I bring it up on my computer.
Ah, okay.
I'm just gonna probably have to do it through the phone because I have to see if this headset works.
Yeah,
Actually,
just keep
is it
yourself plugged in.
okay. Yeah. Sorry to answer the question. Yeah. I mean, I know we've touched on it briefly, but yeah, I'm. It's a very interesting topic. It's one that you and I are both involved in, along with some of our other friends, and yeah, it's just kind of generally, how to protect yourself in whatever sort of wasteland and environment it is, and
Yeah,
just kind of going off of what we've seen in movies, played in video games, and both from more of a practical experience from what we've had from actually building some of the stuff ourselves. We've learned quite a bit, quite a bit over the years.
definitely, I'd say so. I've been working on redoing my original kit. I mentioned it a little bit during the pilot. The picture is not the original kit, although some elements, including the belt and a couple other things, are definitely part of that. Um, However, the original kit, I got a picture, I think it's on my Twitter, uh, if I remember correctly. I might have already put it up there. And that's where you can see that. I will pull it up on the display in just a moment, though. So, give me a minute. But what is there for the thumbnail right now is generally my summer kit. It's a much lighter weight style of like load bearing equipment with a belt and the bag for all my utilities and stuff like that, and a drop leg for my pistol.
And
So
we can also that is a pretty good segue into stuff we've learned and different variances when it comes to armor, because the environment is going to play a huge role on what you can and can't wear,
oh,
or what
definitely,
you want to wear.
definitely. I'd say that one of the benefits of having the kit that's pictured is that it breathes a lot better than my other one, which is essentially a modified police vest. Um, this is while the for the sake of airsoft and whatnot, the material isn't actual metal. It's like rubber for the armor plating. Um, it breathes pretty well as a result of that and the material, but it's like the fabric that it's uh, applied to, essentially. And I've been to a couple events now where it's helped a lot in terms of being able to just not suffer.
Yeah.
But I would honestly be interested in eventually getting with another friend of ours who has done armor crafting with actual metals to make a essentially an actual metal variation of this kit.
Oh, you mean Warlord or Hard Hat?
Warlord, Echo, any one of them.
That's true. They have a lot more metalworking, and no, I agree with you. They have a lot easier access to it, and again, that factors into armor building as far as what you can actually access and work with. Because
Yeah.
for me personally, I don't really have like a metal shop I can go to, or like a part, like a pick apart sort of car place to get metal, like sheet metal.
Yeah.
I mean, I can go to any hardware store and get like sheet metal. The other thing is the tools to move it around, or to like cut it and cut it down, make it safe. Because last thing you want is to have a cool set of metal armor, and you move the wrong way, and because it's a jagged piece of metal, it just slices you up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's the
yeah,
concern. But if I get like rounded edges and stuff like that, then maybe it'll work
yeah,
out
you can.
better. It might not look exactly the same. I don't really anticipate it doing so, but I think it'd be interesting to have a similar style of armor on the front and back that's made with real metal plating.
Yeah, it would definitely be interesting to give it more of a. Looks like it could take a more of a ballistic set of armor.
Yeah.
I think that's the difference. So I'm not sure how to structure the conversation, but when we mean or when we're talking about armor, when we're talking about like actually going through the wasteland, because we've all seen Mad Max and some other movies where a lot of the armor seems very theatrical and kind of impractical,
Mm-hmm.
and actually building the armor, actually taking out and using it, and seeing, okay, I need to, be able to carry water, food, ammo, be able to maneuver, and stuff like that. So the theatrical armor is cool if you're going for like an actual warlord look. If you're trying to say I am the boss man,
Yeah.
then yeah, having a theatrical set of armor, it may help you because it's command presence. It's like, okay, there's the boss man.
Well,
He looks pretty
we
badass with
definitely know a person that has a very uh presenting or intimidating set of armor, and that is the warlord.
yeah, and it fits. And from what he said too, and that's why he's building a different set of armor. And that segues into the other part is there's armor that is more specifically made to protect you. So
Yes.
going from theatrical, there's specific armor. Like when we're talking modern day armor, you can get ballistic armor plates. You can get soft body armor for bullets. You can get what you've seen like riot control armor, where it'll protect you from you know getting hit with like blunt objects, or um, so there's armor that's made specifically to protect you from certain things, and then usually what we do, because we're not actually shooting guns at each other, is we more or less build armor that's more of a load bearing.
Yes.
So it's soft body armor. It would probably like maybe help with if you get in a fight and you maybe like take a slash, maybe take like a blunt object, and you could probably take a couple blows. But none of the stuff we're making is really like ballistic style. And
No.
there's a reason ballistic plates are heavy.
They're
if you're walking,
heavy. They're not as common as one might think they are. Um,
yeah,
like
and soft body armor has a shelf life.
yeah, and I think like say real world scenario, I think that I would probably have some concealed armor if I had some prior to like whatever was happening, which is something I'm actually planning on doing. Um, eventually, this shit's expensive, but you
Yeah,
know. And
yeah,
the idea would be that I have that, and then I wear like normal everyday clothes on the top, so that nobody really bothers me because they think I'm just some rando. But if they do, they're gonna be in for a surprise, basically.
yeah,
Um,
exactly.
and
And that,
that's actually a kit idea I'm thinking about for the Omega events, which is a more survival oriented airsoft apocalypse event that we've attended. We talked about it in the pilot a little bit, and in that,
yeah,
it's very much you're dealing with rugged terrain and like you're out there all weekend in whatever weather it is. So I was thinking about trying to do something where I just use my belt and I have some sort of like jacket system or something that kind
yeah,
of lets me carry random bits and bobs and tools and whatnot. But like, if it were real, I'd be wearing concealable armor underneath that. For airsoft, I wouldn't really worry about that though.
yeah. For airsoft, it's kind of fun to build stuff.
Yeah,
For and going into the heavier sets of armor, like specific ballistic ones or specific heavy like crafted armor, like if you get sheet metal or like steel metal, sorry,
hmm
steel sheets, and craft them into armor is kind of more of an improvised one. It's still heavy, and probably from what most people would do, and me included, is that if you know you're going into a hostile area, then yeah, you would probably bring some plates. You're not super worried about being concealed because
to do
if you're
something
going
where
in
I
there with
just
the expectation of it,
yeah.
or if you're on a convoy,
Still,
have some armor. But if you're just walking around scavenging and you're wearing like this an extra 15, 20 pounds of just armor, nothing else, no sustainment gear, just armor, like
Oh
that's
yeah.
going to wear on you pretty. So, uh, and that's why for most of what we do is we kind of build like more load bearing equipment. Like we want to again be able to have a backpack, be able to carry stuff on
That's
us.
not to say that we don't sometimes overdo it, I would say.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's the fun part is like
yeah.
building cool sets of armor.
Well,
That's
a consistent issue I've run into is that because I use my belt rig for a lot of things, the belt that I use is a not sponsored Ronin Tactics belt. It's a
good for
real
you.
Special Forces belt. I put some good money into getting it because I wanted something that would last. And
Yeah,
the thing is, though, I have a really bad habit of not distributing my weight properly with all the things I put on these belts. So the drop leg
yeah,
might end up being retired at some point, simply because I now have a Blackhawk holster for my real P30, and I can use it for almost all my airsoft pistols. So it's easier to have it there, so it's not weighing down on me on one side as much, as opposed to using the
yeah.
drop leg. But I think I'll probably find another use for the drop leg.
Yeah, I mean, if not, you can like take use your salvaging experience, take it apart, maybe convert it into a different style holster,
That's
or
true.
put the holster somewhere where it's like, okay, it's not necessarily on me, but I can put a gun in it, have it like a quick access holster. So
That's
that's
true.
and we can go into that too as far as armor building. But Prop and I were talking about this. I hope he joins in too because he's got some words of wisdom for us.
Yeah, I wish
He
those
said, what
boomers
would you
would
be?
join us.
I know, right? So he asked me, he's like, what would your actual apocalyptic loadout be? And mine would be simple. Mine would just be like probably a generic, simple chest rig, simple AK style chest rig, Condor, big old pockets. So they're not specifically just for magazines. You can carry a whole bunch of other stuff. And a backpack.
AK mag pouches are glorious.
I love AK mag patches because they pretty much universal with everything.
They're
And if
they're so
it's
unnecessarily large for what you have, but
they're
like you can
unnecessarily
fit so
large,
much in it.
Yeah, you can fit like I think you can fit a Nalgene bottle, like the big ones you see for sports.
Yeah.
You can fit one of those in there easily without any mods.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
that's why I would do an AK one.
I've definitely put like water bottles and stuff. I'll put my
Yeah,
phone and keys in there if I don't have another place for them. Like
but that would
my new non-wasteland kit has like it does not have AK pouches on it. So I'll kind of have to get used to that. But I think regardless, I'll probably end up implementing my AK pouches into another kit since I've basically retired the OD green rig.
yeah. But the reason I guess we're how the story is for the events we go to, it's usually like years into the future. So we're going off the
Hmm.
mantra of like, okay, probably a lot of the Gucci tech is no longer around,
Or
or it's
it's more of a, at least in our lore, it's more of a alternate right now. Like it takes place in the here and now, but it's an alternate reality.
yeah. Where I think for you and I, our story, and we can probably coordinate it some more. Is it takes place, or the apocalypse starts when both of him and I are in college.
Essentially.
So you were using that as a jumping point.
Yeah.
So and I mean, already we didn't have a whole lot of money when we were in college, so it's like improvising was kind of like necessary for
Yeah.
some of our first days. But the thing I was gonna bring up is the reason you probably don't want to wear a bunch of like really Gucci stuff, including
You'll be a
name brand
target.
plate carriers. You're an absolute target.
I actually saw
People want to take your shit.
a Twitter post not too long ago, where it was a couple of pictures. I might have posted it in one of our chats, where a guy explains like wearing like camo and chest rigs and all this other stuff is only going to attract unwanted attention if we were to actually go into like a civil war or anything like that. So you have to be
Yeah, I'd
smarter.
keep it low key.
Yeah, you have to be low key and you have to play smart.
Yeah, for me, I'd only really done because I was thinking about this. Like, so if my plan is, if anything really went down, I'd go to the farm, assuming that I can get on the roads while it's still open. That would be a time where I am just load and go. I would throw on my plate carrier for that because I don't know if I'll be able to access it while driving if I come across like I don't know,
Yeah.
there's some sort of people are like blocking the road and like shooting guns at into cars. Like I want to have that on me and ready.
Yeah, I think
But
that certain
I don't want to play it
circumstances would
low-key.
definitely
Yeah,
justify
in
it.
certain circumstances. Yeah, and I wouldn't mind getting some like concealable body armor, so you just put a jacket over it, and then
And
you
then
can take
just,
a you won't have that look
yeah.
because it's called because you brought it up. It's where you kind of want to stay low key. It's called like the gray man theory,
Mm-hmm.
or just being low key. I mean, it goes by a lot of names, but the Prof and I have talked about that, and actually had a recent run in where I was just at a electronics store and was buying shit or whatever,
Uh,
and a guy walks in and he has the a really nice Molly backpack, and he's got some other kind of nice. I think he's got some other nice gear, like a nice belt, and
yeah.
he's got like one of those phone pouches that's really really key. And like is this dude like military? Like what's up with this dude?
I've
Now
seen a
I'm a
decent amount of people running around with Molly backpacks. I think a lot of it's just the utility of it that people enjoy.
yeah
They don't really
it
think much past that. Not that there aren't people that
yeah
are, though.
yeah, I think this depends on the situation because in the U.S. we're in a unique position where we do have a lot of military surplus stores. We have a lot of military members.
And we have a
Molly
gun
backpacks are
culture.
pretty. Yeah, we have a pretty good gun culture. Molly backpacks aren't necessarily a big old red flag. It still kind of ticks a box of like, okay, what else does this guy have?
Yeah.
Um, but I mean, yeah, that's why I try to get like more hiking stuff, more stuff that's like, okay, it's more if you want to do like
Yeah.
it's
And
unfortunately that's the problem. It doesn't have any molly on it, so I can't attach anything to it.
yeah, I'd say that
But it doesn't jump out as like
this this stuff definitely applies more in the initial stages of like an apocalyptic event, where everyone's kind of in chaos and not sure exactly what's going on. So you have to be a little bit more subtle so you can, survive longer. But
Yeah, exactly.
eventually, with
Just be
some stability, you have the ability to be a little bit more creative and adventurous, and then you
yeah.
get like Warlord's armor, which is insane and intimidating because he can afford to do that at that point, but he wouldn't do it immediately.
Yeah, no, he would be a more of a or have like what he has now is a very lightweight sniper slash scavenger build.
Mm-hmm.
That sorry, I kind of went on a tangent there. I don't want to like derail the conversation,
No,
but
I'm fine.
that's kind of our thinking as far as actually that's one of our biggest gripes currently with some of the wasteland events that we go to is that a lot of people are just like they'll wear Gucci brand stuff and then it's like oh I'm my quote unquote wasteland kit is just it's all modern kit including like camouflage pants and oh I'm just gonna put on a flannel shirt
Yeah.
and
Or
originally
Boogaloo Boys.
oh yeah I'm just gonna put on a Hawaiian shirt which is a little more acceptable for Fertile Crescent because it's the summertime or
Yeah,
it's in a warmer
and
season,
it's
but
funny,
it's
but it's not.
yeah it's not I guess in the we're
Like
not trying
even
to
in,
like sound like we're
I
trying to
think I honestly think in a real scenario, like guys like us dressing up in intimidating outfits and stuff would actually be more effective than people running around in like Hawaiian shirts. Like I just think people would be like, oh, they actually know what they're doing.
yeah we're not here for the memes well we are but
That is true.
um yeah it's kind of our general way of thinking and we don't sound like we're trying to gatekeep we're just like we want people to kind of get in the mode or get in the mindset for like hey
Whoops.
I'm gonna have fun get creative with like making your own kit stuff like
Yeah.
you don't it's the opposite of being Gucci tag we want people to just improvise like stuff my current project for wasteland stuff is I've got a bunch of old jeans and I'm gonna try to make mag pouches out of them
Okay.
because I know denim is super durable. So I'm just gonna try to make some like AK style mag pouch with them. I mean, I know pouches are gonna be pretty easy to find in the apocalypse because there's so many again surplus stores. There's so many people with them, but hey, just some to try out
Yeah.
and some to do. But that's why for the general apocalypse, probably what most people would have is some sort of modified like chest rig, belt rig, backpack chest rig combo, or just kind of run with whatever's in their pockets. Which is what
Yeah.
I did for Deso 2, which I didn't. The only thing I had for that one is I had a satchel, like a Claymore satchel, and that's all. I didn't even have a holster. I forgot to bring mine, so I just put my 45 in my pocket.
Oh, okay.
It worked. It wasn't the best, but it gave a very low key look. Like I think generally how it would look like if anyone's seen The Road,
I have
where the
not actually, but I know what you're talking about. And real quick,
okay, so The
I
Road.
just threw up an
Okay.
image of Warlord on his bike. It should be in the display and everything. And yeah, so saw blades for shoulder armor, crazy looking bike with all sorts of spikes and stuff. Definitely something that you would wear when you're more established and you can afford to
Yeah.
scare the hell out of people.
Yeah, and on that note, same with my more merchant style armor. It's impractical if I were ever to try to get in a firefight because I don't have well, not necessarily impractical. I more keep shop stuff on it, like spare caps, odds and ends, goodies,
Mm-hmm.
pen and pen and paper. But that would be more something I'm kind of stationary, not really having to worry about like getting shot at. I mean, I have my gun on me, but oh, I guess that's another kind of branching conversation. So I mean, everyone's like, oh, what armor?
Yeah.
It's like for new people. I get that question a lot. Someone's like, oh, what kind of armor should I get? It's like it depends on a couple things. It depends on what gun do you have? What gun are you actually running? If you just have pistols, you really don't have to worry too much. But if you're running like a rifle, if you're running like a sniper rifle,
Yeah.
it's gonna factor in what you have. And also more importantly, what's your role? Is your role a scavenger? So we're a scavenger, you want a lot of pockets, you want to be able to pick up stuff, you want to be able to break in and disassemble stuff.
Yep.
Is it more of a quote unquote soldier? So you're more kind of loaded for bear, ready, more for getting into a firefight. Are you a merchant? Do you not? For me, I don't want to put on an intimidating look because I want people to come and talk to me. So I
Yeah,
kind of have to do the opposite of Warlord. I love Warlord's armor, but I have to make mine softer so people are more approachable. I have to put a lot of color into it.
yeah. In fact, I'm gonna throw up one of your Fall of Man, or what you wore at Fall of Man.
Oh yeah, that was more
Yeah.
kind of lightweight stuff.
So yeah,
Um,
it's like a almost like a reptile skinned uh vest over a t-shirt. But I think you also had
oh
a
yeah,
chest a small chest rig as well. Hold on one second.
yeah.
You keep going.
So again, it kind of depends on what you're doing, where you're going. If you're loaded for like, all right, I'm gonna go on patrol, or I'm gonna go try to go in this building and take what I can. So that also factors into it. And I know a big armor maker is Nuclear Snap. He does a lot of stuff, and he actually had a really cool point of like an idea if you just throw out like an adjective and then like a noun. Or I'm trying to get how he did it. It was something where it's like light, medium, heavy, and then like raider, merchant, soldier, uh, farmer. Just kind of like a job description. So you kind of go with that one. So along with what's your job, what's your role, what's the other biggest factor I'd say is what's your environment. Because both actually most of the people that we play with have two sets of armor. Because we play during the summer and we play during the winter. And if you're mobile and hostile, you want to make sure that your armor isn't going to get in the way. We haven't been to any events where we're like climbing up and down windows, shuffling through. There's a couple tight buildings, but you you don't want to make sure you're getting caught on stuff. So if you're and you also make sure either you're warm enough for the event, or you're able to cool off. So because there's been a couple heat casualties from a certain someone that we know for the summer event. That's why hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. I'd say before you build any sort of kit or armor that you're working on, have a way or know what you're going to do for your water situation. Because
Okay. Sorry about
including the
that.
way you're good, including the wasteland, you're going to be dead in 3 days without water, and you're going to be hurting after day two.
Yeah, you gotta have water. That's
But
honestly that's
I was
part of the
saying
reason
part
why I try to have a hydro pouch in almost all of my kits because water is that important. Even if you're
yes.
near an area where water is, you just gotta be careful.
Yeah, I don't know how much you caught of it, but I was saying as far as we have multiple sets of armor for the situation.
Yeah.
So say it is the apocalypse. I would probably have a set of armor for scavenging, which would just be a backpack, a lot of pockets, and something that's very lightweight, so I can get in and get out. And also probably a tool belt, so a specific pouch dedicated to lockpicks, screwdrivers, like tools I
Mm-hmm.
can disassemble something or break into like a lock.
Yeah,
And I would
stuff
also
like carabiners and whatnot are definitely a big help for stuff like
carabiners,
that.
love carabiners.
I
I'd
think
say add a carabiner into your kits. It's great. You can put you can attach an Nalgene bottle to it. You can attach gloves. You can
yeah,
attach like loot you find.
you can actually
Um,
see a bit of it on the background image of the one on my vest. It's an
oh
orange
yeah,
one. The belt buckle's kind of
so
blocking it, but
yeah. Oh, so I'd have a scavenger outfit. I'd have probably a merchant style one where it would give me some. It would be it'd be like more like a billboard than anything. It would be an advertisement. It would still give me some. I would try to have it because I'm stationary. I'm not really moving around too much, so maybe some ballistic protection in case a robber, assuming I don't have like security or whatever, but I still want to be protected.
yeah.
Be able to access a firearm of some sorts and have water. And I probably have one for like, okay, I'm guarding something. I want to make sure I'm able to have a bunch of magazine pouches, be able to have some utility pouches if I need to carry a book,
Mm-hmm.
some water, stuff like that, and I don't know, probably like a raiding kit
Like
if I know I'm going on the attack.
in
have
all
something that's
honesty,
bulletproof.
because of our particular way of interacting with Wastelanders, we generally don't have to carry much in the way of like mags because we tend to
Yeah,
talk people down as opposed to starting crap.
yeah, most people are pretty chill with us. I can't remember the last big firefight that we had. I think it was like Fertile 4 or 5. The
Yeah.
last Rev one was like Rev, I think like 8 or 9. We had a pretty big firefight, but we all, because we're, again, it's, and then we can factor that. That's more of a conversation of how you interact with people, not necessarily armor.
Hmm.
But it factors in. It factors into what job you want. If you want to be Mr. Aggro and be Mr. Raider, you want to be an asshole, then yeah, you can do that. But it has consequences.
Yeah.
People may not like you. People might not like what you do.
No.
Um,
I
but
just
yeah, for
found an
our,
image of you before you took off the rest of the armor or changed armors. Um, you've
I'm
got
trying to see
the
how I could
license
view
plate.
that. I'm trying
Hmm.
because if I join the stream,
Well, you should
it's
be able to
acting.
see it anytime I'm not interacting with OBS itself. You should be able to see it in uh, the shared screen on the Discord.
Let me see. I think if I click watch stream, it'll allow it, but it'll mute me.
Oh, hmm. I mean, you
It's weird.
can
I know if you
just
put it in
you
the
can go to the Twitch or the YouTube and find it that way. And just mute
yeah,
the
I can
stream
create
so
Twitter.
you
I
don't.
think I know what.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Oh, I guess that speaking of license plates, it kind of brings into crafting materials.
Yeah.
So as far as crafting materials, again, it matters what you have access to, what you can actually, what your skill set is, what you can actually work with. So the classic wasteland armor, what you always see is license plates.
Yeah,
Now
which
I
I
get why.
have used as shoulder pads
Yeah,
in the past.
it,
It
it
is
definitely
in
gives a
no
way.
way at all a practical armor. If
No,
you're going to use this thing in real life, you're probably going to die. This stuff is not going to protect you from bullets.
the only thing it'll probably protect you from is slashes, but if you get, unless it's stacked license plate, a knife will go through it.
Yeah.
That's why you have to be careful, and that's why what you work with. Because I think it was not Profit. It was one of our group members I was talking to about using scrap rubber. Because I mean that would be something that's very common you can access to, and he says it would. It gives you some, depending on the tire, some ballistic protection, not a lot, because
Hmm.
a lot of rifle rounds go through that. But the problem he said is during the summer it is so heavy.
Oh yeah.
So I think for rubber, it depends. I think from what I've seen some good armor where they use it, they bolt it on as shin guards.
Yeah.
Like that would be probably pretty good. That would give you some
Well,
good protection.
so Warlord, it looks like he has some of it implemented into his armor.
I think
The
he
the
used
war
bicycle
armor.
tires
Yeah.
because he said because bicycle tires do not have a steel band like car tires. So bicycle tires are a lot easier to work with. They're a lot easier to cut through.
Hmm.
With tires, you have to have a saw or a really good saw. Otherwise, if you have to hand saw that, it's going to take forever.
Oh yeah.
Like so, other materials you can work with that are pretty easy to find. I would say leather,
Which
like
I
regular
have
clothing.
actually been working on. I've been
Yeah,
working on a pair of my own custom leather gauntlets. Well, not gauntlets, but like
yeah.
bracers. I had a little
Leather
help
isn't
from
too
Scotty on that.
uncommon. Leather you can find. I know you can find knockoff leather, but if you can find legitimate leather, it doesn't give you a whole lot of protection against bullets and stabbing whatever. But what it does give you is
Sorry,
environment.
I'm gonna mute
It
myself for
will
a sec.
help you stay. It will help you retain some heat, from what I remember. And they're pretty durable, from what like actual leather is pretty durable. Like it can take scuffs and stuff like that. And again, you don't always have to focus on, oh, I need to be able to be bulletproof.
Yeah,
Probably with the most of it on the day-in-day basis, you want to be able to protect yourself from the elements.
yeah,
If you've ever gotten just soaked through the bone, if you've ever been just bitterly cold or blazingly hot, it sucks. And now factoring that into, okay, it's the apocalypse, like that's what I would focus on is more. You still want to, if you can, be able to protect yourself from, guns, knives, and whatever. But you want to probably mainly focus on protecting yourself from the elements. So back into kind of the events we do, it unfortunately rains a lot.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it does tend to rain like almost every time we go to one of these events.
Hello,
Yeah, so
hello,
I'd say have
hello.
a hood
Hey,
or
who
make,
is
like,
this? Is this Prophet I hear?
Sorry to interject. I was on a separate call, but I am now present.
Hello.
Hey, Prophet.
Nice to
Hello.
see you. Nice to have you. We've been talking about gear and stuff mostly, so
Gear and
Yeah.
ooh,
Yeah.
interesting.
I brought up a little bit about the gray man theory stuff and why you wouldn't necessarily want to have Gucci tack in the first stages of the apocalypse.
Oh, are we talking IRL / event, or
Yes.
is this
I mean,
exclusive?
generally we're
IRL?
talking about like both.
Yeah, we've
Okay.
been talking about both of events or what we've learned from actually going to apocalypse style events compared to what we've seen in like movies
Oh,
and
yeah.
TV and stuff and games.
Ooh. Oh yeah. I mean, hell. Continue on, CJ. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt.
Okay, so I was going on as far as like if you're building armor, what you like both IRL and both in the actual like event of apocalypse, crafting materials that you could probably work with, and we were talking about. Yeah, I mean, being able to protect yourself from bullets and knives is great, but your probably main focus should be on protecting yourself from the elements, because you're gonna die a lot quicker if you're too cold or too hot, and you're gonna be wishing someone would just shoot you.
Yeah.
So
In short, take a few cliff notes from Daisy.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, because there is a you have to factor in heat and cold in that game.
Man, if that game was like at all functional, I'd probably play it for this channel.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I just recently got into it after like years of watching gameplay,
Oh yeah.
and I realized I had it on my pleb Xbox console. So I'm running its very buggy version, but I'm
Ooh.
enjoying the experience thus far.
Yeah. Well, so
to it.
it started out as an Arma mod, and as far as I'm aware, the Arma mod version is actually a better version right now than even the full release.
Yeah, from what I've heard, I have Arma.
Yeah, I don't have Arma,
certain games do get it right when you're like, oh man, why do I have to worry about my heat or cold gauge? It's like, yeah, because if you've ever been like in cold rain and you don't have the proper gear, it sucks.
Oh yeah.
It sucks a lot.
Yeah, I've kind of wondered, like, so speaking of games and the gear in games, Merchant and I have been playing Wasteland 3, and the gear in there is definitely seems to be more oriented towards the looks compared to the practicality.
Yeah, but it's also more focused on the cold.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like
heavy jackets.
Yeah, there's definitely more jackets and heavy gear because it's cold as hell in Colorado. So it does make sense in that regard.
Oh yeah.
Kind of
But it
like
is a
I
lot
think
of-
Wasteland
yeah.
2 is a lot lighter weight stuff.
Yeah, because you're in the desert
Mm-hmm.
or
Yeah,
heaven forbid
For
California.
sure. I mean, if I may, I think one of my big things that I've always tried to push when it comes to both event and real life sort of simulation style
Yeah.
stuff is simplicity and overall comfort, because we have, it's not like we are in the wilderness constantly and in the areas that we live at through the United States. We're always technologically sort of dependent when it comes to things like fire, cell phone stuff, entertainment, whatever it may be. And it's a large part of my whole, I guess, gray man theory or practice is mainly comfort. Like, I don't want to be cold, so okay, get things that will prevent you being cold, insulation, quick fire stuff,
I've
and
noticed that
functionality overall.
I've noticed
Yeah.
your kits tend to be a lot simpler.
Oh, super simple,
yeah.
super simple.
And hey, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Like, it doesn't. As much as I love the Mad Max theatrical outfits, it's hella impractical.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if we're going to be touching on that topic tonight or somewhere or sometime else, but like there are so many different aspects to the whole wasteland genre and subculture. It's pretty wild.
Oh, totally.
And
I'd say
and a big part of that is the big theatrical stuff. I absolutely love that.
yeah, we've been talking about
I would just say for my
especially
own
Warlord
practice.
in that regard.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, like Warlord's scavenger kit compared to his actual war armor. It's night and day.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And I was telling Merchant that I actually am thinking about doing the one I normally wear during the summer
Nice.
for the Omega events, because I want to be able to move quickly, deal with the environmental hazards, and not have a bunch of crap on me. And I'm probably going to run a different gun for those events, because the Thompson is heavy as hell.
Yeah,
that does tend to be a little impractical.
Yeah, I love the
mean,
thing.
It's cool.
And
it's hella cool.
I'm planning on, so this goes into more guns than gear, but I am planning on either putting one of my another G36 rail on there at the bottom, and then sliding a foregrip onto it so that I have a little bit extra, like, control when I'm aiming down sights and stuff, or getting a Romanian dong and installing it onto the Thompson itself, which actually Warlord was the one who gave me that idea.
Now, I'm unfamiliar with the what's it called? Romanian what now?
It's a Romanian dong. It's so it's an AK foregrip that's like reverse. I'll have to find one.
Yeah,
I think I know what you're talking about. Is it all wood?
Yes.
Yeah, it's all wood.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'm familiar with that now. Yeah, that'd be interesting to see on Thompson though. That's pretty.
I mean, it's going to be absolute heresy regardless, because the gun is already pretty heretical right now because of all the rails and like the scope and all that other stuff that I put on it.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I don't know. The rifle, like, I guess it's to me it would be preference. I love my pistols when it comes to an event, and I mean, hell, even in like real life, if it were grid down, of course, I think everyone would try to go with the basic. Sort of, okay, get yourself a little bit of a melee weapon that can double as a tool.
Yeah.
A rifle and some sort of pistol, or a shotgun and some sort of pistol. But pistol to me is always a necessity when it comes to that. And especially with the events, I tend to run definitely more light kit. And it's not for the reason of oh my goodness, let me be more, quick with the draw sort of deal.
Yeah.
I'm not a very skinny individual, so I do like to make the kits as light as possible. And I figure a pistol, even though it's a hassle, for some things over something like an AEG, tends to be more my route at least. But
with both events we go to, well, Rev, Furl, and Omega, you can get away with, and you would be perfectly fine with just pistols.
Yeah.
You don't need a super big gun. You can just run pistols.
Like, when I first started, I was running a spring one-shot shotgun, broke in the middle of a huge firefight.
That was
oh boy.
Yeah.
It was a firefight.
Yeah, the Battle of Sanctuary was crazy. Topics for another day, though, I'd say.
Oh yeah.
So after that, I ran what is now my MP set or MP5 that I was then borrowing from Merchant. And then I got my G36, and I started using that for a good long time. Got a couple new shotguns along the way. Decided basically to only use the shotguns for like any night games I'm going to, or any zombie games, because it's just more practical for those.
It's more kind of in the vibe of like, oh, I'm in a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
Gotta go to the shotty.
And large crowds of people running at you and stuff like that.
I mean, hell, they're just reliable. You know?
Yeah. I have an old beat up shotgun. That's probably one thing you'd see a lot of in the apocalypse is shotguns, are for the U.S. specifically. Is there's like so many shotguns floating around, and you
A
probably see some
bajillion Remingtons.
Yeah, I would think even like areas. I know that when it comes to like the UK and those places, the gun laws are extremely restrictive. However, I think you can use like a double-barreled shotgun or like a maybe a muzzle-loading rifle for some hunting and sport shooting over there. And I know shotguns would definitely be prevalent in different parts of the world. It's just the classic. It's a shotgun, dude. You know, like it's not exclusively American. It's not exclusively any region, but that is, you know, a kind of a staple for apocalypse setting. Is a nice shotgun.
Are you cool with me throwing up a picture of yourself, Prophet?
Yeah, so I'm actually not too familiar with how this whole streaming and Discord thing works.
Okay.
I have an option to watch the stream. Is that where my picture would be up at?
So in the Discord, I'm sharing my screen. I don't know, however, if you watched it, it would like mute you. But you can get to it.
I'm not gonna hit on that option.
Yeah, you can get to the stream from my YouTube and my Twitch as well.
Okay. Yeah, you can. Yeah, for sure. You can throw a picture up of me. Just make sure it doesn't look, well, you know, unfavorable. Just make sure it's a savory photo. Do you have the one of me licking the barrel of the 1911?
I thought about that one.
Tradition.
I thought about
that one. That one's a little saucy for some people, I will say.
So I went with the more generic picture.
It's a picture of you in Cancun in the 80s.
Cancun in
Here's
the 80s.
the YouTube link, by the way. So yeah, it's the more generic one where you have like the skull in your hand and stuff.
Ah, nice. Cool. Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Put a face to the name, as it were.
Yep. And it'd take too long, but I do know how to make it so that I can write on the screen. But it would take too long to set up, so I'm not gonna bother with that right now.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm gonna take a chance. I am gonna hit watch stream to see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna plug in my headset.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let it do its thing and see if it actually works. Because I have a new.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So I'm watching the stream. I see all the pictures up of here. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Had a whole layout.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
Let's see.
I've been kind of throwing them up as we talk about it. So when we brought up the Romanian dong, I threw that up there.
Oh yeah.
And then I put you up there and a couple
Nice.
other guys. So. Yep. And then if I get rid of them all,
also. I have more pictures that I could send you.
Go for it.
Do you want me to send them through like Discord?
Yeah, send them through Discord. I've been using the browser feature, so I'll just open them up in a browser and then I'll put them on screen. But yeah, the thumbnail, I've got the thumbnail as the main background. And then and I literally took that picture like maybe 10 minutes before starting the stream.
Here's one. I'll send it in.
But yeah, I've been throwing up pictures.
That's one of Merchant right there.
Yes.
That one's a good one, I think.
Yeah, the advantage
here's
of
one of me and
go.
you.
Oh wait, can you hear
Here's
me
one
now?
of you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I just plugged in the headset, so now at least I know that's working. Cool.
Hey, CJ.
Now I can actually.
Yeah. Crystal
Merchant.
clear audio.
Yo.
It's free real estate.
That's the only picture of me from the last Mega event.
Yeah, I mean I keep on visiting the page and the camera guy, I think his name is Cameron Ninja. Keep on visiting their profiles to see if they're posting more pictures, and I don't see any.
Yeah, I think I'm in front of you in that picture.
Yeah, that's
you're in front of me. Yep.
And like when we first saw the picture, we weren't sure who was in front of you.
All right.
And then I was like, "Oh, wait a second."
That cool guy. Prophet's overseeing you.
Yeah. Overseeing the overseer.
No, I think my favorite photo was from the last, I think Deso 2, when they took a photo of me when I duct taped a water bottle to my GAT 9. And then when we went to Deso 3, Yuck came up and was like, "Oh, you got an upgrade," because I had the oil can suppressor.
Of course.
Good times. It was weird.
Right, so I'm
being
sending
the
in
bad
a pretty
guys.
volley.
It was weird being the
I'm
bad
going to
guys
be
for that
sending
event.
in. Sorry about that. So go ahead, Merchant. Sorry about that.
For the last Deso event, being the bad guys, it felt kind of weird.
Oh yeah.
I'm so used to us like being the nice guys, but also getting our asses kicked, and then going that from like, okay, no you.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I gotta invite Phoenix.
8 a.m. wake up call from New Canada.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be sending you a volley of pictures just because I'm now looking through all of them.
Yeah. And I definitely want to add them to, because I have a photo album from our events, and actually,
please,
going back to the main subject, as far as armor for Desolation particularly, because ammo is so restricted, as probably would have a wasteland that was, years and years, after the events. Yeah, you're going to be running low on ammo, so we really didn't need a lot of mag pouches, which was just kind of. We more had like utility pouches, and like just a way to carry water, or a way to just holster your gun.
Oh yeah, conceal it. I'd say a lifesaver out there, and I don't know. I might use something similar on like a real kit. Is a dump pouch. I mean, my goodness. Is that ever a lifesaver? I just put random stuff in there all the time.
Oh yeah.
Water, loot, and
yeah, it's quick.
I will say having a satchel has been beneficial for me as part of my like growing kit, I guess, because it's nice to have somewhere to put all the tools and the things that like you're willing to like just put down somewhere and not have to worry about it for a while. Like if you're gonna go off somewhere like on a raid or whatever. Not that we raid or anything, guys, we swear.
I mean, we were politely procuring items that were not theirs
for sale at the Circuits of
Value. Actually, that is.
But I was able to leave that bag at the camp because I didn't need the stuff that was in that.
Yeah, and it's you. Actually, I really like that photo with me with the crooked cigarette. It's jammed in my pocket.
Yeah, sorry if they're like mainly pictures of myself. I think.
No, it's fine.
Because it's from you.
Just I'm trying to find one with the whole group because I started a little bit of Photoshop,
Yeah,
nice.
Photoshop is
actually, that actually brings up a good point as far as gear wise. Is another thing you probably see a lot more of is just satchels, and not necessarily military ones. I want to do a mod where I just take a laptop case, like a laptop bag, and just modify that.
Oh yeah.
I already used one for like a range bag. I got it at the thrift store for like $5. it's got a massive compartment, and I can put like mags and ammo and targets in there. So you probably see that probably a lot in the first stages too. Is people just using like backpacks, school bags, laptop cases, pretty much whatever, just a bag, like Walmart backpacks.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, back to what Trevor was saying too. Just because there's so many thrift stores, seeing Molly backpacks probably wouldn't raise too many red flags.
Yeah.
At least, well, it depends. It depends on if it's a really nice Molly bag. If it's an old ACU, like old camouflage, yeah, those things you can get them for like $8 on eBay. I picked one up.
So I don't know if y'all are seeing my my stream, but I've got the it's free real estate, but it's like you're peering over one of the other pictures, and it's just your eyes.
Yeah, that's perfect. I see it. That's perfect.
Let me see if I can go back to the stream. See if it lets me.
It's just you like slowly come up. It's free real estate.
Hello. There we go.
Hey.
Golly, sorry about that.
There's some of the photos.
Yeah, no, that free real estate one is perfect.
Yeah.
That I will say, I think I got one of the photos of Highway in there as well.
Yeah.
With me, you, and
Yeah, we
Highway.
did mention him at the pilot. The pilot episode was a little more like all over the place compared to now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got a good mix match of like stuff you can find, and actually his skill set was he actually used to be a tailor,
Mm-hmm.
and he does it on the side. So yeah, that's actually kind of one thing I'd like to learn as a side skill, is just how to make like clothes, just basic ass clothes. So I'm gonna try to make pouches, but how do you actually go about making like a shirt or pants? Like that would be a good. I need to write that down for a topic for a future one. Is roles.
Yeah.
Like jobs, skill sets, and roles and stuff for the apocalypse. So let me. I'm just gonna make a note on my phone and be like, hey, for future topics.
There we go.
See.
Yeah, I just put up the one where it's perdition and it's the whole group.
Nice.
That was. Yeah. It was a fun event, but yeah, our problem is we got just steamrolled. Our camp location was just kind of crappy.
Oh,
we were just
yeah.
in the middle of everything.
Oh yeah.
But if it wasn't for you guys, it would have been a crappy event. You guys made it.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
Huge moral importance is the people that you're doing this stuff with. It's not and it's not I wouldn't say it's a solo event, but I would be proven wrong by Rainbow.
Yeah, true.
That was his very first time there. Didn't know a single soul, but he got friendly with everybody. Yep. It was great. That's part of the reason.
He has.
Which event
I think
was
he's
that?
gone to
That
everyone.
was Perdition.
Yeah, his
That
first
was his
event was
first-
Perdition.
Yeah, his first
That's
event was
right.
Perdition.
I think it was.
40, right?
I don't think he had no Rainbow. Heavier set, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He had his girlfriend with him at Deso.
Yeah, I think he
3.
brought his girlfriend or his wife to Desolation 3, this recent one.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I do. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, actually having a good mindset about things and not taking it personally, like if you do end up getting raided, because we talked to the people afterwards and like, yeah, it's part of the game.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, we learned a lot of lessons of like, hey, sometimes we can't be nice, or hey, we need to actually do like security,
Yeah.
like pull security, pull comms.
Although
and
Revelations and Fertile, our merchant and I rarely ever have to pull security because our customers do it for us.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so many people at COV.
Yeah, if someone shoots in the general direction, everyone just turns on them. It's great. I mean,
Like
I'll whip out my pistol, but like, it's like the SpongeBob meme where you hear like the grinding concrete.
Yeah.
Where like when Squidward's house is turning, it's that. Like whenever they get fired at, everyone just turns and just lays them, like puts a mag into the woods.
It doesn't matter if there's a particular target at COV just for one person. As soon as one person gets shot at, everybody is getting shot at.
Basically.
Yeah.
You know, so,
I
so
like
the mentality
to,
is just like shoot in the direction where danger is.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like to
It used
equate
to not.
the COV and Royal Blue area as equivalent to Wasteland Switzerland. We
Yes.
maintain our neutrality with lethal force.
Yes. Like that's the thing is that people thought that we were just like unarmed merchants, but no, as soon as things popped off, we will pick up. And because again, having friends with heavy machine guns is always nice. They'll be like,
Yeah.
hey man, here
when
you go. Like
when
I remember
when the Warlord's Jester comes with like 5 light machine
Yeah.
guns to every event.
my favorite event of that happening was, I think it was Fertile 4-3. And we were getting shot at, and I don't know if it was one of Warlord's guys, but someone came up and they gave me an L. It was like an L86. It's the LMG version
Yeah.
of the L85. They gave me that. They gave me like 2 mags. I'm like, yeah, man, fuck them up. And I'm like, okay, let me get some battle music. And the only one I could find was Hey Mickey. So I'm blasting Hey Mickey while shooting raiders with an L86 while in a Hawaiian shirt. It was a fantastic day. I was trying to get like proper like psych up like pump up music, but like I'm getting shot at. I need to put some fire down, and the only one I had was fucking Hey Mickey.
Yeah.
It worked. It was psychological warfare.
Now, I'll jump back to the gear portion. We mentioned highway. We mentioned highway earlier. He falls under the line of more eccentric sort of wasteland, Mad Max type of gear. And with that, when it came to either Perdition or Revelation, let's jump back to Perdition. Even the newcomers, you'll see that their stuff, of course, is much more simplistic. They might not understand the full scope of the genre.
Yeah.
However, when it comes to gear and events, the event is mainly going to drive that. Like Revelations, I would say I'd feel much better dressing the way that I want to and bringing what I want versus out of necessity when it comes to Desolation, like Omega events.
Yeah.
Yeah, where
Which
you're
is-
pretty much in the woods for 3 days, so you kind of
yeah.
Yeah, part of the reason why I want to do.
we go to the card.
Yeah, part of the reason why I want to do a change for my Omega kit to be a bit more, I guess, practical and real world is because, like, the style of event isn't necessarily for, showing off like Rev and Fertile are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good balance between form and function, whereas I honestly, I mean, I will say that even though Highway's get up is more form over function, he does have the gear to back up the function portion of the event. He really does.
Yeah, for Perdition, he's very lightweight. He's very mobile and hostile because he was using a short, like XM 177, and like I think a regular pistol revolver. So yeah, it may look like, oh, that's one of those theatrical ones, but he was putting some hate down when he needed to.
Oh yeah, and
totally.
even with his gear for camping, it was definitely I know that he put up a tarp over a pre-existing, not a pre-existing structure, but sort of like a piece of paracord that was already like hung. Of course, he brought his own stuff to make his own things, but I mean, hell, use what is available. Resources.
Do more with less.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I think that's my new mantra for creating wasteland gear and camping and just general. Actually, yeah, just general is just do more with less, recycle when you can.
I basically
reuse
have
gear
to
rather than
do
have buy
that
new
because
stuff.
I don't have the means to obtain a lot of things that a lot of the other guys in the group do. So I'm like, okay, what do I have and what can I make it do for me?
And I think that's the fun when it comes to wasteland stuff. I don't necessarily like going out and buying something that's pre-made. I like making something that's specific to me.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you can reuse or recycle or just create something out of leftover scraps. Hell yeah.
Ooh, radio.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I know you're on the clock.
Yeah, when I have to make a call, I normally mute myself, and luckily it's night shift over here, so there's not a lot of radio traffic, but there is some. You'll get a couple hints of it. You know.
Yeah.
Nah, that's cool.
Yeah, I think for Deso, for me, I'm gonna try to do, like you guys said, more practical stuff. Try to go with items that I can use for multiple things rather than having to do all this, carry a bunch of heavy stuff.
Yeah.
And also for a general loadout, instead of trying to do mercs and stuff, switch it to more of trying to do scavenging.
Yeah.
Trying to have a
Pockets.
Pockets. What I'm gonna do is I'm working on like a chest rig that's just gonna be pockets.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be mix match pockets. Hopefully a gene pouch by the next event.
Yeah. So
my jorts.
there's a whole other kit that I'm working on. So it's not necessarily within the same wasteland sphere as what we've been talking about. Y'all have seen the pictures of the
Your
the pants
stuff.
and stuff. So I'm working on like a kind of a semi post-apo futuristic sci-fi like post-apo kit, which is going to be definitely more military oriented, but it's going to be kind of like a dark future dystopia type kit. And that's going to be mostly the blacks and the like maybe some like metals and stuff, but it's going to be kind of like war-torn, beat up.
Now, are you gearing this towards a particular event?
Not in particular, but I would say it would definitely work for stuff like No Cree and the like sci-fi oriented events.
I hope they do another.
That's an interesting one. Yeah.
Yeah,
If they made No Cree into like a couple day event, that'd be pretty rad.
Christopher's hinted at some more futuristic cyberpunk stuff. I mean, if he did a Wild West event, I can easily see him doing like a cyberpunk event.
Oh,
I'm with you there. Actually, on the same note, in the same kind of like mindset, is I hopped onto a couple of cyberpunk or like forums for costume and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They're doing the same thing as far as waste and stuff. They're repurposing like old electronics and making it look futuristic.
Mm-hmm.
It's again what you can get your hands on and what you can work with. I'd love to be able to I'd love to be able to actually solder to do LED lights. I can do some basic soldering, but it's something that's out of my wheelhouse. I don't know how to do some of that stuff.
I mean, yeah, I'd like to do some sort of lights thing too. For this kit's more oriented towards kind of like a war-torn Spec Ops look.
Yeah.
In a sense.
Oh, like Terminator.
Kind of. I mean, I'll be honest. The thing that inspired me is the mobile game I play, the Girls Frontline game. Because in the lore,
Man of Class.
it basically takes place in a, I guess, a near post-apocalyptic world where like a virus has basically wiped out most of civilization due to incident involving alien technology.
Okay.
And androids are like a thing. And they look very human and all that stuff, and they're used for labor and soldiers and stuff like that. And you are the commander of a PMC called Griffin and Kruger, where you use combat androids, or as they call them, tactical dolls. That are basically, they're all girls, because, it's a weeb game. And they all have, like, the names of the guns they use.
Yeah.
But
very kawaii, as it were.
But
Yeah,
the story is actually really kind of dark and, like, intriguing. Like, there's intrigue and mystery to it. And, like, even though it's just a mobile game, it's very, like, you could almost say it's closer to I guess a visual novel or a full game. In fact, the second game is going to basically be like XCOM, but their own universe. Like, the play style is going to play exactly like XCOM 2.
Actually, yeah, thanks for reminding me. I need to look into that because a lot of the armor for that game looks very futuristic. That's the part I want to try to work on is a futuristic looking like armor set. There's that like airsoft one that's it's called like the Transformers vest. I'm gonna see if I can modify
The one I have.
Yeah, it's like the one you have. They have another version that looks
They
more
do.
like motorcycle armor.
Yeah.
Actually, that cycles back into.
I've got the one that I use for the summer kit for Rev and all that, or for Fertile.
Yeah.
And then the other one is what Skittles uses.
Yeah. Actually, motorcycle armor or that kind of padding isn't too outside the realm of possibility. Now,
it's not. I mean, Cap uses it, so.
Yeah, it's not bulletproof, but it will definitely protect you from some blows, including soft body armor will too. Soft ballistic body armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they told us when I was a cop, is that you could actually take, it's not like, again, you're not invincible to it, but there's been cases where people get, they're working a traffic stop or something happens where they get a scuffle and they have their soft body armor on, and you can get punched with it, and it's not like where you have like the wind knocked out of you.
Mm-hmm.
So you can take some blows from that. And I can, just because there's so many sports stores, I think, yeah, probably the first thing that the average Joe is going to try to run out and get or come across is sporting equipment.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really want to wear football armor because it's bulky, but shin guards or some of like the umpire, some of the baseball stuff isn't too bad. I'd invest in a cup as well.
I'd say a lot of like even indie movies or even your more popular a post-apocalyptic or dystopian setting movies, TV shows, video games, they'll utilize the basic chassis or body of the Marauder. The classic Marauder will be motocross sort of stuff, like motorcycle padding.
Even Mad
even
Max.
like tires, even.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's
tire material with motocross gear mixed in, and of course the classic the football gear.
Yeah.
Shoulder pads, knee pads, whatever. Yeah.
We were
a lot of that stuff will be.
Yeah, for tires, they will actually give you a good padding if you're like for blunt object, and some for if it's the steel line like they use for tires, you could probably even get some stab resistance, and it's common.
Yeah.
The problem is cutting into it is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But shredded tires, you can probably come across. You see them all the times on the side of the road. You can modify those a little bit easier than cut through a new tire.
Yeah,
it's already shredded.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Mad Max's armor, his classic armor is like half of a football pad.
That is true.
Yeah, like
I mean, I've got like the leather thing, but like it's just it's definitely there more for looks.
Yeah, yours for some reason it reminds me still of like a protective motorcycle gear almost that you've modified to look more battle-ish. But that could just be me. It just resembles it to me almost.
No,
not to the T, obviously, but.
No, I get
actually speaking of that, because me and my dad and I talk about The Walking Dead. I asked him as far as like what he would do for the if he was dealing with zombies, and he said he would throw on his motorcycle because he has like a motorcycle jacket thing that it's got the pads in it.
okay.
Because it's meant to resist getting like absolutely scraped against pavement.
Oh yeah.
It's not super heavy either, and it will give you some protection from the elements.
And the leather is actually real.
Yeah, leather.
I was watching a.
He does.
Zombies can't bite through it. There was a scene in the comics where a zombie tries to chomp down his arm, and he can't get through the leather.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with the Walking Dead universe, their whole gear, and I'm more or less talking about the series, and I hope this wouldn't be a spoiler to anyone. But
spoiler alert!
I think it's like season 3, season 4. Don't quote me, but it's when they get to the prison, they find riot gear.
Oh yeah.
Riot gear to me still has the elements of motocross or like motorcycling padding mixed with football gear.
Yeah.
And to me, something like that would be definitely preferable when it comes to like a Walking Dead universe. Just because like your normal basic things that you'd have to worry about, let's take people out of the picture, like people who could hurt you. Running, you're gonna have to be mobile. Scratches, bites, you're going to be falling, tumbling, stuff like that. If you're falling out of something, you got to have impact resistant stuff. But yeah, your basic biting, scratching, falling, broken glass, blunt force, hits and stuff like that. Even though that's primarily in the zombie sort of genre for The Walking Dead. I would say still definitely has some of its elements, for even real life application, but not as ballistics armor like we discussed. Definitely not.
Yeah.
Like I definitely think that durability is important regardless of what you're wearing.
I'd say mobility, durability, and I guess general protection from the elements and just kind of general, wear and tear. Getting scraped up is not. I mean, it sucks in general, but imagine the apocalypse where if that gets infected, you better have some what's it called, antibiotics or whatever.
Yeah, always carry a med kit.
Always. And water.
And water.
Even for boo-boos, because Trevor can attest that at Fold a Gap a couple years back when we got all caught up in Ivy's trap.
Yeah, I almost lost my eye because I fell, and I was inches away from going straight into a wooden branch.
Yeah,
that's terrifying.
Oh. Even with iPro on, Trevor?
Yes, even with iPro.
My goodness, that's a pretty wild story, dude.
Like I was going fast.
Jeez.
Like, what's likely to have happened is it probably would have knocked it off. And then there'd be the whole freaking out about that.
I don't think we called blind man, but it was like because we weren't in the middle of a firefight. We were just kind of like getting out of the area. We're hiking back,
and I tripped on one of the brambles.
Yeah, I know. CJ, do you carry even for the events? Do you carry a med kit with you?
I carry a small one for the past couple ones. For Rev, not really, because I mean we're close anyway to the cars and whatever. But for Omega, I haven't really needed to take it out. I do carry a little small, like waterproof med kit. That's just Band-Aids, antiseptic. What is it? The wipes, the alcohol wipes, and like tweezers. Just kind of some small odds and ends, just for boo-boos and owies.
Oh yeah. I mean,
it's a comfort.
If we're talking, oh yeah, for sure. And even if you want to flip it to IRL type stuff.
Oh, I carry a crash kit in my car.
If you go, oh yeah, like if you were to go, out scavenging one day and you hurt yourself in some way, shape, or form, but it's something small like an open wound, though. Something like that goes untreated can definitely take you out of the fight for sure. And I personally have opted because I normally carry a backpack with me wherever I go. Yes, it is a Molly backpack. It's not Gucci tack, but it is Molly.
Yeah,
one of the.
I've got an old JanSport that I've had since forever, but I generally haven't really had a reason.
Hey man, if it works, it works. If it works, it works. I've just opted to carry just a small. I wouldn't say small trauma kit, but I do have some things for burns, lacerations, and if you're performing one-person CPR sort of deal.
And I recommend everyone kind of get. They don't have to necessarily be like Red Cross, certified, but I recommend everyone, and Trevor can attest this. Our friend group in college get basic training in first aid.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Either crucial.
I'd say I probably should. I know bare bones, but I've never really taken a course.
Yeah,
So
but
I
I mean,
probably
there's so
need
many
to
things
do
on
that at
YouTube
some point.
or
Yeah.
online. You'll be fine. I would
I
get some
know.
of
And I
that.
mean, and it's not even like real world, like craps hit the fan sort of apocalyptic
Yeah,
scenario
it's
where
just
you would need
general.
this stuff. If you
in
go to an
general.
event,
And
you know,
somebody
someone
gets
someone
hurt,
sprains their ankle, gets a cut, gets
has
this or
a
that,
has
and
an
if you're the only
epileptic
person
attack.
around, well, yeah, if you're the only person around, well, you know, you're there by yourself,
Yeah.
you know,
I
with you and
so
your knowledge until someone else who has superior knowledge arrives. You know?
yeah, this kind of goes into like real world
Or prepping.
stuff in
Oh
my
yeah.
past. I used to be a referee at a airsoft field and paintball, and we had an
Oh, I
incident.
remember that.
We've
Oh,
had
yeah.
we've
Oh,
had two
yeah.
incidents where people have gotten well. That's the second one, not necessarily hurt, but the first one definitely was hurt. I think Merchant was there. Kid.
Yeah, the dude broke his leg.
Yeah, he broke his ankle or
messed up his
something
knee.
going through a ditch. He like overshot it or something, and he ended up
Yeah, when
tumbling.
he jumped to the other side, his knee overextended and like bent
Ooh.
really bad. I don't know if it may have broke, but at the time we didn't know. But it was something.
Was
we're like,
that
we're not
let
not
me
gonna
ask,
make
was
it
that
work.
the kid? Was that the kid whose father was
Yeah.
a medic?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then they.
Okay.
So
oh yeah.
what
I was
happened
there.
is
I was there too. I remember that.
yeah. So immediately when that happened, pretty much anybody and everybody that had some form of medical training jumped on it and were like, okay, this is what we need to do. Like, of course, his dad knows exactly when it needs to be done, so he was like,
Yeah,
I
so
need to get him
I
in
let
the
him take
car,
over.
you know,
Yeah.
because I need to take him to the hospital because we're not going to pay for the ambulance.
Yeah, no, the ambulances are
Oh yeah.
expensive. I used to work on one.
Yeah. And, but like, Merchant and a bunch of other guys basically were right on top of things. They got the gurney. I kind of sort of helped carry them. That thing was, I don't know if it's because it was one of those like plastic ones, but it was just it was a bit unruly to carry a person on it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's a pain in the butt,
Especially
but, I
when
mean,
you've got
it
like
happens.
6 other dudes trying to carry it at the same time at different paces.
Yeah, and different heights. So for something like that, it's you still want to get the strongest people, but you don't want to have like 100 people doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that tends to be. I mean, because if we're talking more the realm of airsoft, even when it comes to post-apocalyptic events, you'll see a lot of military veterans, first responders, law enforcement people. They'll be there. I mean, you may not know that, you know,
Yeah.
this person has X experience, but these
A lot of people will not
the airsoft crowd
indicate.
draws sort of these people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone will jump at the opportunity to do it, and that could create definitely
Chaos.
some hazards. I've seen my fair share over there at Balahack. I think it was No-Cree. The last No-Cree that happened, if I remember correctly, either that or was a Z event. There's a young woman who was walking, and of course, classic Balahack. Everything is slippy and slidey, and
And
don't
muddy
get your foot stuck in
and
this
wet and
hole.
gross.
You know.
Yeah.
And she injured her ankle, and when she fell, injuring her ankle, she actually overextended her knee as well.
Yeah.
Me and the ref, I believe, who was also had medical experience, medical training. Me and him were covering the situation and, you know, doing the taking off her shoe, mobile stabilization, yada, 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 whole 9 yards. But my goodness, were we ever outshone, you know, had ourselves, you know, humbled? There was a guy sitting in his vehicle. I guess his kid was there playing at the event, and he gets out of his car. He's like, what's going on here? We're like, oh, such and such happened, you know, we just kind of need some space. And he's like, oh, I'm a trauma surgeon. Let me step in and help out here.
He's dripping on y'all.
Yeah, just like
Yeah, and he just comes in and takes the whole show, starts directing us on what to do. We make a makeshift splint, and I was happy. I was the one who got to wrap her leg and got to utilize some of that training.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, even a you know, someone who has no experience could do this the same way, just wrap her leg around. But I was like, oh, get to help out a little bit. But yeah, that trauma surgeon put us in our place that day. We were definitely humbled.
Were they nice or were they?
Oh yeah, no, they were super nice about it. But it was like it was just having
the
it
aura
was just
of
having
authority.
like oh wow, how nonchalant did this trauma surgeon just walk up and take over the oh, this is what needs to happen. And the guy was super cool about it. Both myself and the ref who had the medical experience were like, oh yeah, bro, you take the lead, boss. You're the actual doctor here. We are pretenders in your presence.
That reminds me of the photo shoot where the guy messed up his leg, and the one of the parents there was not just I think it was a trauma nurse, or she was like, I think she was a trauma nurse, but she was like, she was nice to us, but she's someone you do not want to piss off.
Yeah,
she's the kind of person in the hospital that directs other nurses.
Oh wow.
She was like, every other word was like fuck or shit.
Oh yeah, I'm refraining from cuss. We can cuss, right?
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
I'm
not gonna be a sailor.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be a sailor.
I mean, if Phoenix joins, who knows what's gonna happen? So.
Oh, goodness! And I saw you've been trying to ring him. Yeah. I guess he's on a call.
Yeah, he's in
like an inner city like trauma nurse, and she did not take any fucks.
Gives no fucks.
She just gave no fucks.
Oh,
no, she was nice
yeah. Speaking of the new Canada for this last Deso 3, New Canada.
Almost
our
everybody there was military.
Doc. Oh yeah. Everyone was either military or prior law enforcement, something.
And then there's us.
Yeah. No, we were because we'd been to the events before.
Yeah.
So we're like, we may not be like military, but like we kind of know what to expect.
Totally.
Oh yeah.
But
and even the camp leader, his name was Doc, and he had the medical experience from the military.
Yeah.
That's I can't tell you how crucial that is. Even though we weren't super far away from the cadre or event organizers or any of those people, role players and whatnot, to get medical evacuation out for certain people. I know that we had one of those we had a guy who was an Army vet, but he was also a diabetic, if you remember him in the camp.
Okay. Yeah, I do remember that.
And he actually needed to take medication, to which the doc kind of administered to him or whatever. But it's funny the different approaches they'll take on medicine, because there's a paramedic who's there, then there's our camp doctor with the military experience. In my opinion, it's more like, rub dirt on it and I got some duct tape in the corner if you need help.
You'll be fine.
Sort of deal. Like his combat medicine experience versus the hospital setting is quite humorous for sure. But he had a medical kit as well. Which was I thought was really cool, but that still goes a part of the gear. The whole gear spectrum is
in training, yeah.
Oh yeah, gear and training for sure.
Well, I've
exposure,
been
experience, and training.
Basic medical kit 10 in that satchel that I carry around now. So it's got bandages, gauze, alcohol, and a couple other things in there, so that if anything
for
happens,
drinking or for applying.
For applying. I don't think I'd recommend drinking this. And I think they're like,
well,
pads.
if it gets the job done,
If you can light it on fire, as my mom says, if you can light it on fire, you can use it to sterilize. Coming from the medical background, my mom being a nurse. But
man.
Yeah, it's got bandages. 1 by 3 inch bandage, six of those, 6 small bandages, 4 butterflies, 2 spot bandages, 2 knuckle bandages, 5 antiseptic wipes, 3
he pulled out the entire list from that kit.
Yeah,
tell you what,
it's on the back of
those bandages. Like half the time I don't know what sort of band. I was like, okay, if it fits, put it on.
Oh, totally. I mean,
don't tell me, like, if I'm out in the field, don't say, hand me that 1 by 3, yada yada yada. I'm just like, okay, if this fits, because that's about the extent.
I have used at least 1 or 2 and I'm not very picky when it comes down to actually using them.
Yeah, but I do.
There are
recommend anyone-
waterproof matches, apparently.
Oh, there's a
There's a razor blade.
Actually, the other thing too, I guess, I highly recommend is everyone learn how to use Quick Clot.
Yeah.
Quick Clot and Tourniquet.
Yes.
Tourniquet. Oh my goodness! There's the whole stop the bleed classes that you can take, slew of it.
And you gotta know
yeah,
when
I mean,
to
a
actually
big
use
crucial-
a tourniquet, because a lot of people don't know when to properly use them.
Right, and
they end
that's
up
what I
hurting
was
people.
going to go into as a big crucial part of having this gear. Not just the medical equipment, but if we're talking airsoft to real life application, or just events to real life application, like some of the fire starting kits, the tents, the tarps, the medical equipment,
Yeah.
the how to make the food, sewing, putting all that stuff together. Like, it's fine to have all that stuff, but without actual application or knowledge, training, and experience, all that stuff is just kind of useless.
Yeah, it's more weight.
Yeah,
Well-
even having like multiple ways to start a fire. Well, if you don't know how to use the first one, then that kind of throws your options out the
So-
window. You become extremely limited with what you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing though is that we don't expect everybody to know everything either. And that's why it's
Yeah.
important to have a group of trusted people that do have
Oh,
a
yeah.
variety of skills. Because I might not know as much medical knowledge as, say, Merchant does with his EMT experience, or, somebody else in the group with something else. But that doesn't mean that I won't have a place in the group. I might have a better understanding of something that somebody else doesn't.
Oh yeah.
So
The group dynamic is it has to you take the word dynamic. It has to be dynamic at its
Yes.
core. A lot of different outlets need to be filled. And I completely agree with you. You still have a place regardless. Whether it be through speaking, diplomacy, leadership, or whatever. A lot of groups, when they decide to form, it's like, okay, we're not going to designate an actual leader here. Well, a lot of the times the leader isn't the person that has the most experience, that has the most, most useful skill set. It's just a person who gives an objective and directs individuals.
yeah.
And that, whether that person be
I'd
the most
say-
experienced or not is besides the point. But
I'd say a benefit
even-
with our group is that at any given time, any one of us can be in that leadership role.
yeah, for sure.
Like, there's no designated
that does create some, and we've seen before, it does create some
tension.
some differing opinions and tension, as it were. But
Yeah.
I would say if for the most part, the chemistry of our particular group is pretty fantastic. I mean, of course, if you're in a group, you're going to have a bias towards that group, like, oh, we're the best, or we're this, or we're that.
Yeah.
But I would say the chemistry and the dynamic of our group is pretty decent. We have everything from your car mechanics that know how to do car stuff. I'll be the first to say I don't know.
jack
I know
about cars.
nothing about cars. I know nothing about cars. And
I know. I have a
we have
vague
people
idea of
who
how to change
that
tires.
is their right. Like, yeah, I could do your basic change tire, change oil sort of deal.
Yeah.
But you asked me about a car, preferences, this, that, or the third. I'm not going to know what you're talking about. It's as equal as talking, French to me. I really don't know. But with our dynamic, I mean, those people have their places. That's their profession, is working on cars, or that's their hobby. We have people who can cook. We have people who can build, electrical work. Well, like it's really, if you have a particular skill set and you can get along with the group and you got something to add, that's just a big crucial part of that dynamic, is knowing not only the place, but that even though there might be a hierarchical structure, it's not like you're not going to be heard, because that doesn't become constructive at that point. But
Like,
one of the things I was going to touch back onto is that gear, though, the understanding,
Yeah.
right? The understanding of how to use that gear. And the only point that I was going to try to make, and I'll shut up after this,
No,
of course,
you're fine.
No, you're good,
is I like to look at it as a band, like a musicians group of musicians. If the
Okay.
guitarist goes down and the singer's left up on stage, can that singer pick up the guitar and play the guitar, sort of deal? Not to the same degree as the guitarist, but
No, not
learning how to
necessarily.
use the gear and apply it, sort of deal.
Yeah.
Like if our lead medical guy were to go down, could we
Still
improvise
manage.
with the people that we have? Yeah, could we manage? And having that training, the exposure, and how to use that gear is crucial for sure. Not
that's
just
why
having it, of course.
That's why in Wasteland 3, like some of the general skills I try to spread across the board is not only firearm stuff but medical stuff.
Yes.
Because sometimes your medic can go down in a fight, and you want to try to medic them back in, and you can't because you don't have a high enough level or whatever.
Yeah.
So there's a couple skills you generally want to kind of spread across your group so they can just generally be efficient.
I will say with games, especially games like CRPGs like Wasteland and stuff like that, you can only really do that so much because the main focus is going to be on a specific build for your characters.
Yeah.
And you don't want to waste your points on something you're not necessarily going to use in the long term. So in the Let's Play we've been doing, I've pretty much taken nothing in medical because that's your primary focus, and no doubt we will get a second character at some point that will also have that focus, so that we could at least have two people at all times with those skills. So if one goes down, then the other one can take over. And I think the game's relatively forgiving in that if you don't necessarily have to have the medical skills to actually use the medical equipment to do revives and stuff, you just won't have an effective like heal or whatever as you would if you had the points.
I think in 2 was more punishing, but 3 it seems like it's been more forgiving because I think when we were doing a couple test runs against the mob boss, I went down and then someone picked me back up. So I guess more applying to real world stuff is the same way. I'm not really much of a car guy, and the whole thing of like people thinking, oh, it's the end of the world, I'm just gonna grab a backpack and go in the woods and just survive. It's like you're gonna die quickly.
Yeah.
That's why again having friends, and with having those friends, like with Prophet was saying, they can teach you.
Yeah.
You can learn from them. Like, oh, okay, so I don't really know much about this. Can you teach me? It's like, yeah, let's work on this.
And we do have a car guy in the group.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wheels. So we could.
Yeah, we've got Wheels. We've got Anthony.
Box Mag.
Yeah,
Yep,
we got
Box
Box Mag. Anthony's a really good cook, which I'd love to learn some recipes from him.
Oh yeah.
We got most of us have firearms at least experience. I wish 2020 we could have done more of. I wanted to go to the range more.
Same.
But generally, most of us know how to use a firearm.
Yeah.
At least
how going to the range has become a thing of the past, a fantasy, as it were.
Yeah.
In my wildest dreams, I remember going to the range and blowing through like several boxes of ammo without worrying about taking out a second mortgage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ammo prices on a couple sites did go down a little bit to about 70 cents. So maybe things will bounce back. We're just going to have to keep an eye out.
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably go up again because of the politics going on right now.
Yeah,
but that's typically what
about.
happens whenever like a Democrat comes in, anyways.
Yeah, because I remember for Obama, it was a big gun push. I couldn't buy guns at the time, but I do remember
there's a spike in prices every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that pretty vividly. I know my father is not a strong political person. I know he leans more to the right hand side of things, a little bit more traditional, a little bit more Republican, but he's not really a strong political person. But I remember even back when the Obama administration did take over, he actually opted to buy his very first firearm, which is interesting. And of course, with this year being the way that it is, whether it be out of panic from this thing, panic from that thing, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
I know a lot of first-time firearm buyers have entered into the market for sure.
Including Overseer, yeah.
Yeah.
My dad
Including
was
Overseer.
asking about that too. He was asking why. And I mean, it's pretty when you turn the news and you see these cities burning down, and you have active calls for defunding the police, then yeah.
So
absolutely,
I hate to shut it down. I do kind of want to stay off the topic of real world politics.
Okay.
I just had a viewer leave, so.
Yeah. So politics aside, there have been some real world events that have caused panic.
Yes.
Regardless, so we can leave it at that. But even pertaining to more along the, I guess if we're staying, you think we should just stay on the gear portion of
apocalypse, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Please make some friends with skill sets.
It is somewhat relevant to the real world. So going back to medical equipment or safety equipment specifically, and this is kind of ties in with the real world thing when it comes to masks. So in the picture on the screen, it's kind of covered by the text, but I've got a painter's mask. It's a painter's filter mask. Those filters are long not usable, but I've just got them on there because it looks nice. I do have usable ones though, but I think generally speaking, even if like the type of apocalypse doesn't involve like toxic gases and whatnot, I think it is a good thing to have.
Black mold, man, it's nothing to joke around with.
Yeah.
A lot of urban explorers use because with painter masks you can get filters that are specific for
asbestos, black mold, that kind of stuff.
Asbestos, something that's a little more like particulate.
A lot of them have those charcoal bits in them to filter out whatever it is.
Yeah.
Charcoal can also like for water. You can do the same thing with water.
It filters water.
Activated charcoal is also used for poison control.
Yep.
I'm not sure how much of it currently, but at least when I was in EMT training, that was it was essentially capsules of charcoal, like concentrated charcoal. But yeah, I would definitely consider some sort of mask. Some of the surplus stuff you can get is okay.
Yeah.
But honestly, like a painter's mask with a good seal, good filters, you'll probably be set.
One of the things I've learned is that as soon as you open the packaging for those filters, it's activated, basically.
Yep.
So if you need to put them away in storage, you need to have a plastic bag that is airtight, and you can put them in there. They won't be as fresh as they were originally, but they will last longer because they're in that bag.
Yeah. That's something kind of bringing into it, like when masks were very scarce,
which is
the
now.
very beginning. Which is now. Well, no, that's what I used at the beginning.
Filters are scarce.
Yeah, filters becoming a little more scarce. What is it?
Because
that's what I mainly used at the beginning.
I went and bought some extra filters, and there was only like one pack left.
Yeah, at Walmart you used to be able to buy them regularly, but yeah, for months they're hard to find.
Yeah.
The masks.
It was gloves, masks, hand sanitizer, and toilet paper.
Yeah. I still have my humongous box of nitrils that I've never really had to use.
I mean, they're handy to have even for like first aid stuff.
Because
people are gross.
Definitely.
And when they get gross stuff on you, you want to make sure you have gloves.
Yeah, I mean, I used to keep a personal box of nitrile for. I used to be an EMT as well. Mm-hmm. It was just in good practice to constantly have nitrile gloves, changing them out, this, that, and the third. And of course, with a new profession that I'm in, still using nitrile gloves regardless of the quote unquote state of the world, as it were.
Yeah, it's good to have, just again, so something doesn't get in you or on you.
I'd
that
say
you don't want in you or on you.
I definitely say in terms of the relation to the gear for something like nitriles, if you can figure out a good way to store them that isn't like gonna kind of ruin them, I definitely
I mean,
recommend having them in your kit.
Yeah, maybe not even for medical purposes, but having a good set of gloves with you, if you're like scavenging, if you're
Oh, yeah.
out and about. Because especially when I was younger, if you get road rash on your hands, for if you fall down and catch yourself and they get kind of cut up, it sucks.
Oh,
Holding
totally.
stuff is really hard. So actually, yeah, having a good set of like leather gloves, or they can be tactical gloves, or pretty much any gloves in general to your general kit.
Yeah.
I highly recommend.
Yeah, I go the old trusty. I go the old trusty route of the throwaway $14 mechanics gloves.
Yeah.
They might not last. They might not last super long now, but they're always just kind of. I don't know. They kind of been a staple, you know. I've
Oh,
even
yeah.
in the airsoft world, you'll find a lot of people just run with those multicam mechanics gloves.
Yeah,
out
they'll
and
run
about,
those,
you know.
or they'll run what I've got, which is like the padded or the rubber topped gloves.
With the knuckles.
Yeah, or the
Those ones are-
knuckle,
those
the
ones are
hard
good, too.
knuckle ones. There's a lot of those. I will say the thing about the one I have with the kind of rubber topping is that when they get wet, you don't want to have them on anymore.
Yeah.
They're not
Yeah.
really practical for that because the material it's a thicker type of cloth material. It works to keep yourself warm and everything, but and to generally protect you from blows and stuff, because of the padding on the top. Goes the same, I presume, for the knuckle gloves too, with the harder knuckle. But they're not as useful for if you're in like they get hot in the summer, and two, they aren't as good for like wet environments.
Yeah, they can get kind of bulky depending on if you're trying to do something that it requires a lot of dexterity.
Yeah, that's another
But
thing. That's what the
you still-
fingerless gloves come in for.
Yeah, fingerless gloves are thinner. They do make like some thinner gloves.
Yeah.
Highly recommend. Yeah, maybe even having multiple sets. Maybe having one for more winter, having one for more something if you're worried about getting your hands cut.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I was actually going to touch into that winter aspect, because those thin ass mechanical
They
or
ain't gonna
mechanics
cut it.
gloves, I should say.
They're
That's not going to cut it. I mean, I speak from firsthand experience. Hand. But I do speak from firsthand experience. Yeah, those skinny ass mechanics gloves, they're good for regular utility use, and
Oh yeah.
I will say if they fit correctly, one thing that you have to consider if you are more of a gun head is the firearms manipulation portion of it as well.
Yeah. I have actually been
and
tempted to
utility
cut
use
the
just in
trigger
general.
finger off of one of my full gloves.
Oh yeah,
Just because.
I've opted to do that for a good portion of it.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm more of a right-handed individual, so
Yeah.
whatever I need to do with my right hand is sort of that's where I cut the fingers off of.
Yeah, and then there's me, the lone lefty in the group and largely in society. Not that I can't ambi a lot of things. I've been kind of training myself to ambidextrously use rifles and stuff, and pistols is not that hard to do it. It's mostly it's target acquisition. Like, I gotta remember which eye to focus through when I switch.
Yeah.
But once I get that down, I should be able to do it pretty quickly. But I have honestly been thinking about cutting off both pointer fingers on these gloves just so I don't have them get caught on like some of the triggers I have, because some of those triggers, like the VP9 trigger, is got like a safety trigger feature on it, and the material for the gloves will get caught in it.
Yeah.
And
I know HK is good for making pretty extended trigger guards, like double wide trigger guards,
yeah.
just in case you do have to use it in weather. I mean, I am a HK fanboy, but you know, the offensive pistol, as it were,
yeah.
the pristine class for the prestigious. No, I can't say anything. I'm a little too poor, as it were, to buy the HK stuff that I want. But no,
Yeah.
just
I mean,
all through the video games.
I may
you know.
have, I may, like, yeah, maybe I did flex a little by getting a P30 as my first gun.
Well, no, like even for Sig, Sig with the P320 striker fire for like duty use or just to have a full size Sig that's not as expensive. I mean, you go try to buy a 226, right? You go try to buy a brand new 226. You're talking upwards, if you're trying to get a good one, upwards of $700-800 if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I haven't been in the market for a 226, but $700-800. Oh yeah, high points. Hell yeah.
Get a high
Hell
point.
yeah. Hell yeah.
High point, yeah.
But yeah, no,
Don't get a
that
high point.
VP9 is definitely. I would recommend that VP9 for sure. It's on the. I wouldn't say the more affordable side, but like let's say you're in the market for just like you want to go buy a Glock. Well,
Yeah.
if you don't really like the Glock too well and you want something of similar price and of similar function, VP9,
Yeah.
VP9,
Oh,
P320,
totally.
You know. Those are some good options.
Like
I wanna get the new,
my
full-size
P30 is
2.0
definitely on the
restriction
more expensive range, just because of the. It's basically like a hammer fire P30 or VP9,
Right.
and I've got like the large size too, but I got lucky, I guess, because I got it for a more affordable price than I would have otherwise been able to if I tried to get it somewhere else. Which is crazy because as far as I'm aware, it was a brand new gun.
Yeah, I think it was. I remember being there with you when you got it. I don't think it was used in any way.
No, I don't think it's a used gun. Same with your 16-inch Heritage.
Oh yes, so if
Profit.
anyone wants the ultimate apocalypse gun that will trump anything. I'm talking any HK. I'm talking any SIG, any FN. Whatever fanboy you are. I know there's some probably CZ fanboys out there as well. If you want the best gun for overall, that comes in a very small and compact package. It is the Heritage 16-inch revolver chambered in 22. It's not a regular revolver. It's a single action, so you gotta poke those bullets out the. Yeah. So that, in my opinion, if I'm gonna take down whether it be a Marauder to a Bear, I'm taking the 22 16-inch Heritage single action with American grips.
American.
The extra added layer of freedom that is on the grips provides extra knockdown power.
Plus 20 damage.
Yeah,
absolutely. At plus 20 liberation.
Yeah, this guy looks easy to take. I'm gonna go steal his stuff. Imagine getting just waxed by the Joker's revolver.
I'm not gonna lie. If they had made like a 24-inch one, I probably would have got that one, because at that point 16 inches is not enough. And as they say, every inch counts.
We need to go further.
We must go further.
Let's go further.
Oh my god.
24-inch 22 revolver. No, 22-inch 22 revolver.
What? How? Okay. I remember that you stuck it in your belt loop, and it got pretty far down your leg. How much further down your leg would a 24-inch go?
Oh, so that 16-inch was right about. It fell right about where my dangle was. So I can give an accurate testament to that. No, I'm joking. So it came down a little bit past my knee, if I'm not mistaken,
Oh,
or just
wow.
like right at my knee. So I think that 24-inch, it would make it to where I really couldn't walk. Like, let's say if it was in a holster,
Yeah.
I don't think I could do like a leaning position. Like I couldn't go
You
to my
basically got a
knee
goose
to like
step.
shoot. Yeah.
What about a cross-draw holster?
Oh my god.
The shotgun
Jeez.
scabbard for it.
Well, I mean,
The
at that point,
shotgun
you could honestly use it as like a sword or just a blunt object, blunt force object to kill
Pistol
the
whip.
zombies with.
Just
You
pissed him
pistol whip.
from
Yeah.
60 inches away.
This is
can't
my
reach
social
me.
distancing revolver. You must maintain a 24-inch distance after 6 feet.
Actually,
Oh my goodness.
speaking of guns for the apocalypse, 22 caliber guns would. I think they'd actually have a place to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a
I'd say,
practicality to
yeah.
it. I think I've
You want to
watched
take a
couple
page
videos
out
about
of
it.
Max Brooks, the World War Z author and the Zombie Survival Guide author. He claims that the 22 would be the ultimate zombie weapon, mainly for the weight of the gun, number one, the weight of the ammo, number two, and the availability of the ammo.
Oh yeah, 22. Now before this apocalypse was pretty common. You can go to Walmart, buy
Yeah.
a box of like 100,000, or you could buy like 1,000 rounds or something like that at Walmart for pretty cheap.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, again, they're not like the miracle round because, as from an EMT experience from what we've seen, the human body's weird.
Yeah.
Like a guy could get shot in the head like 3 times with 22 and survive.
Yeah.
And then like some guy gets shot in the chest and it like bounces off his rib and it hits him in the heart and he dies. So it's like, it's still, it's one of those things where it's like, who knows what it's going to do. But as far as, again, it's a very controllable round. It's very common.
Oh yeah.
You can use it for hunting. You can use it for, protection or whatever.
So speaking
but
of
yeah.
calibers, this again going into this kind of real world is that ammo is scarce for one reason or another right now, but it depends on what ammo you're looking for. Because
It's true.
there's
Apparently,
some ammo, I
Go
think
ahead.
40 Smith & Wesson right now is like just everywhere. Like you can just get it anywhere because not very
Yeah.
many people use 40 Smith & Wesson. And now it's
I
become
haven't
more
seen a lot of people run it.
viable.
Yeah. So I normally, because what really shocked me, well, not necessarily shocked me, but more or less I wonder why this is. When the whole people panicking sort of deal from one reason or the other in 2020. I mean, you start a list. You could probably list off a ton of
Yeah.
things. But regardless, when people started to buy guns, it was because I'm a pretty avid gun person. I'd like to
Yeah.
think so. So I'd go into my local gun shop here and there, and they would constantly be out of pistols in particular, semi-automatic pistols, of any range, of any brand, but mainly it was 9mm pistols. 9mm pistols were just swept off the shelf.
Yeah.
for the U.S.,
completely.
they're very, very common. Both
Yeah.
law enforcement, military, and a lot of civilians have. It's just a very common caliber, common pistol. They work.
Yeah. And I would think, and of course we've had gun shortages when it comes to like your ARs, AKs, your shotguns, this and that. But that was the main one that I saw actually took a pretty big hit in the market, is the 9mm round, along with 5.56, rifle round, but 9mm round with 9mm semi-automatic handguns.
Oh yeah.
Because you could buy a shotgun off the wall, somewhere in these shops. They'd have a pump shotgun, just your grandpappy's old pump shotgun. But those
My-
nine,
my-
yeah.
A $200 trash can shotgun.
Yeah, I mean,
I
yeah.
love that thing.
I just found that a little I wouldn't say bizarre or shocking, but it was just like I wonder why that is sort of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a good, I guess, canary in the coal mine for if there is an actual apocalypse. What we'll see is probably the first.
Oh yeah.
9mm handguns and ammo for that.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'd say that for the gun world in particular, but when it comes to the pandemic, and I'll leave my pandemic sayings for this, but it's to me, if the news came on and they said, oh, there's a shortage of dog food, people who don't own dogs would go out and start buying dog food. In my opinion, for one reason or the other, it's like, oh, maybe I want to get a dog one day, because it came on the news that toilet paper was, going out of the stores.
Everybody went out and got toilet paper.
That's what
You're right. And so I guess what that point is go ahead.
One of the interesting things about the toilet paper thing is that when it initially came up in the news, it was specifically about Australia. And Australia, as far as I'm aware, gets most of its toilet paper from China. And so they had a run on toilet paper because they didn't manufacture domestically. Whereas, but when the news put this out across the world, everybody started doing runs on toilet paper, even though most of the countries, including the US, made them in country. Like, it was domestic.
Yeah.
So, like, that's why I'm not worried about running out of stuff like that. Because we're making it here.
Yeah. I guess people more or less, they were like, oh, my local Walmart is not getting restocked until next Tuesday, and the shelves are empty, sort of deal. And I actually took a picture while we were out one day at the Food Lion. And I was like, yeah, I mean, you go down any other aisle, everything is stocked up. Everything is stocked up.
Yeah,
and,
especially
you go down that one, even the paper towels. I feel bad for the people who got to the store, realized there's no more toilet paper, went down to the paper towel aisle, thought, well, today's the day. Today is the day.
I was almost in that mode. I was in the washcloth department. I was like, well, if I run out,
you were not.
They're at the dollar store.
Really?
Yeah, the dollar store, they had those like microfiber.
My
cloths.
goodness, that's
like washcloths, and I bought like a bunch of them. Just as like, well, if I run out, this is what I'm gonna use.
Yeah.
I can't have it. I'm gonna have to find a way to dispose of it. But I was like, well,
here's the thing. In a wasteland scenario, post-apocalypse,
toilet paper.
what are you gonna do when it comes to like, taking care of your business? Like, is plumbing gonna be functional?
From what I know about plumbing, I think it can work without the power, but you have to continually fill water into it. So you essentially have to use one of your resources. You can put dirty water into it.
Okay. So would you say, somebody that has their plumbing, say you establish yourself somewhere and you basically make a well, and you're like two separate wells, one for drinking and one for plumbing, probably. If
mix them up.
Yeah, if that's possible, because with groundwater, since it tends to all be in the same spot, you'll have to make sure that you're not like mixing.
Yeah.
So you have to find a new source of groundwater if you want to use that.
I would think that the water storage, I haven't really lived through a grid down, shit has hit the fan scenario. If you want to call the events of 2020 that, for some, yes, I understand the forest fires, Australia, coast of California, whatnot. I too have been through a house fire as well. But even then, I would say for water storage though, I would probably keep it in an above ground container. I don't know about like towers. But if you're relying on a well, then you don't really necessarily have an option. Then you'd probably have to find another option for the waste.
Yeah.
For your body waste, So
yeah, because the farm I grew up on,
Dig a
they use
hole.
well water. You're gonna have to,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to dig a hole. And I was actually one of the books I have talks about how to establish like a latrine.
Mhm.
Now, granted, it's dirty work, but if you do eventually, you have a latrine or whatever, and you let some of that stuff dry out, you can use it as fertilizer.
Yes.
You can use human waste as fertilizer. It's gonna be terrible work. It's gonna smell bad, but apparently because of our diet, it's really good for plants.
I wonder how much that changes if your diet changes due to the circumstances, though.
I think generally what we produce will be good for good for plants, but you are right as far as your diet's going to change. There's going to be no more McDonald's. There's going to be you're going to be pretty much whatever you can get your hands on. Because once
And you're
once all this
probably going to
freeze-dried
eat.
stuff,
Well, I think you are going to probably eat more hearty stuff, more things
Yeah.
that are going to last you longer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because eventually your stockpile of MREs and
Are
your
gonna go
bunker is
away.
going to run out.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, so you're gonna
I'd
have
say
to-
the more hardy foods for the long term are going to be your wheat, your rice, your
Mhm.
beans, fruit, things of that nature. That, of course, I mean, that's just a
Permaculture.
given. Things that you can grow organically,
Yeah.
but I don't know. That is a pretty interesting question. I'm not a veterinarian. I'm not a scientist, but
I thought you were.
cows. Like if we use cow manure, right, for regular, or like if you can use cow manure for fertilizer,
Mhm.
I don't know the digestive system of a cow if they somehow produce better fertilization for the ground because of their body
Diet,
chemistry,
their
but their diet is
chemistry.
primarily composed of
Just grass.
Grass.
greens.
Yeah.
Yeah, greens and
They're
grass
herbivores.
and other things of that. Yeah. So I mean, if shoot, I don't know if that's ever been tested. Like what? Test a vegan out, I guess. Get a vegan, see how fertile the quote unquote manure is going to be. I know it's a little bit of a gross topic, but I mean, if we're talking survival long term here, guys, I mean, might not be out of the realm of possibility. You gotta ask the hard
Yeah,
questions. That's
oh,
what we're
yeah.
here to do. And
That's
ask the
something-
hard questions.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
something that's not in my wheelhouse. That's something I'm gonna have to look into as far as farming.
Yeah.
As far as like what to actually feed plants, because I know you can compost just about anything. Well, certain things you can't, like plastic, but
Yeah.
if you compost stuff over time, you can make some
You can
pretty
find
high
other
quality-
ways of reusing in plastics, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is the
Oh, yeah,
benefits of
there's-
recycling.
Yeah, going back to what resources you can work with. Plastic is very handy if you're crafting,
Yes.
or just general stuff, because you can make like water collection systems out of it. You can make containers, you can do odds and ends, and it doesn't really break down. So, but for
My
plants,
very poor attempt at perdition to make a water collection.
Yeah.
I mean, it's lessons learned. It's
Yeah.
like, okay,
Yeah. I tried to use that tarp, and it was raining, and I was like, well, we do have the ability to purify water with the filter, but if we don't have to go down there to the pond and get that dirty water, we can probably purify the rainwater. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I wish I had a little plot of land so I can go out and like practice some of the skills, or like practice growing stuff, because I just live in an apartment. It's a little bit harder.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's the
when it comes
problem
to
with more
crafting-
urban areas.
Yeah, same as when it comes to like me trying to craft stuff. Hence why I don't really work with metal, because I don't have the tools for it, and I don't have like heavy machinery. Like I don't have a bandsaw or anything like that. I pretty much only have hand tools. I've got a drill. I've got a Dremel. Dremels are great, but for some of the stuff I'd like to do, like what Trevor wants to do with it looks like it looks like a plate of armor, like a
Mhm.
piece of metal. I would, with my current setup, it would be really hard for me to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if
Right.
I'll do it for real. I mean, it would be great, honestly, to have like ballistics graded armor.
Oh, yeah.
That actually
Yeah.
looked kind of like neat too.
Actually, I
yeah.
think someone brought up the joke of like it'd be like the first day of the apocalypse, and all of us would just be immediately in our Rev and Wasteland gear. Like, they've leveled up really quickly. It was still like regular civilian clothing that's just like slightly dirty. It's like, oh, they already have like tire
Dude,
armor.
it's like, damn, it's only been a week. My God, what happened to you guys? Like, and I was gonna actually ask this a little while back, but what parts of do you think that? And I know merchants made a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But what parts of your kit that you would run at an event do you think that you'd actually run in a real life scenario?
Oh, I mean, Omega's taught me a lot, and I'd say
Yeah.
my hiking backpack definitely, because it has a lot of stuff I can put into it. Other than that, maybe the side satchel that I brought to Omega.
Yeah,
And
I
probably
definitely run
the
this.
newest thing I'm bringing is that chest rig. But other than that, because most of my stuff has been kind of more cosmetic,
Yeah.
probably it gives me no protection from bullets, no protection from blunt or stabs, and no environmental protection. So it's like,
Like
that would
I
probably be
could.
something that I would just take apart and just use the pieces from it if we're the actual apocalypse.
So real world, and it depended on the circumstance, but like I'd ideally most of the time I'd probably try to wear something like concealed armor with like just normal jacket, like civilian clothes on top. But I'd probably go for a jacket that's large enough to cover my tack belt.
So
Because I'd have
medium
most of
for
my
you.
actual like weapon related stuff on the tactical belt. And I would want to kind of keep that from being seen right off the bat. Um,
Yeah,
My
how would
belt,
you have
my
that?
belt is almost as expensive as my gun.
Speaking of profit,
Is that the-
I
thought you were-
definitely
I'm
would
sorry.
not be using the drop leg though.
Yeah,
I would
Really?
be.
You wouldn't use a droplet? Okay.
I
Well,
would
no,
be
your
using
drop
the
leg
side.
compared to his drop leg.
I'd
Well,
be
okay,
using
yeah.
the
So
Serpa.
yeah, I have more of a mid-ride drop leg that I use for the more recreational shooting and sometimes at my secondary occupation.
Yeah.
But
Man,
yeah, the mid-ride drop leg, in my opinion, is I've had a way better time with it than a full drop.
Okay. I mean, I'll
that
look
could
into a
get in the
mid-ride
way.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so the one that I'm running in particular is the G Code RTI
Okay.
hanger system in conjunction with Safariland.
Yeah.
Because they do so. G Code likes to make things for Safariland almost, and so I thought let's just go and take a chance here,
Yeah.
sort of deal. G
that
Code's been
reminds
pretty steady,
I've
That
got a
reminds me, in
U-clamp
walking-
system, which has been great for quickly swapping between a normal everyday belt and a tack belt. Because I can just undo the clamp, lift it up, and swap over and clip it back down.
Right.
But I've been thinking about attaching one of those quick detaches onto it, either a G code if it works with the Blackhawk stuff, or a one of the Blackhawk specific ones.
Yeah. G Code actually does make so what they make is called a hanger.
Mhm.
The hanger is the thing that actually attaches to the drop portion, like the component that part. And they do make it for Safariland, Blackhawk, and Blade Tech, Blade Tech, I think. Something like that. So they make a universal one that can take all three.
Okay.
So you just basically attach that to the holster, and that goes into the system. The reason why I opted for that RTI is because I do have both Safariland and Blackhawk.
Yeah.
Now, Safariland makes a proprietary one called the QLS, or the I think it's QLS. I don't know. It's a quick detachable buckle. It almost looks like a buckle.
Blackhawk
that you just
has
slide
a
into the component.
quick detach like gear looking thing as well.
Yeah, I guess at that point it just comes to preference and what you want. I know that I got a random Safariland holster that I had no idea what gun it went to, and I got it for a very nice deal. No, of course, airsoft, you come across a bunch of cool things, but I got that holster, and I just really wasn't familiar with Safariland. But that was a drop leg component or drop leg holster, and that was my first, exposure to the drop leg system versus just on the waist sort of deal, just appendix carry or outside the waistband carry, just on the belt sort of deal. And the mid ride, in my opinion, is the best of both worlds. I don't have to reach down any further, but I know that my gun is secure to my side, and it takes just a little bit of weight. Takes a little bit of weight off the belt itself, because you do have something else that's attached to your leg. And I'll be the first to say, if you don't have any real estate on some body armor or something on your chest, like a chest rig, and all of your real estate is on your belt, you're not going to have a great day when it comes to anything survival-esque scenario. Just because if you got like your mags, your mags, your radio, your gun, your this, your that, all on the belt, your canteen on your belt, and that thing is just weighing you down constantly. I mean, you're not going to have a fun
part
time.
Of the reason why I'm thinking about getting rid of the full drop leg is because of that issue. I've got way too many things on there, and that weighs me down on the whole left side.
Okay, so for you, it's a little bit of a opposite story. You think that the drop leg actually weighs you down more? I mean, it definitely
this
could.
Particular,
depending on. Right.
Because
for sure.
It's the full, like, down all the way to your knee. Well, just above the knee.
Oh yeah, that's a pain in the ass right there. Yeah, for sure. Mobility goes down with it, and
the pouches...
I can attest for that with the drop leg.
I guess back to sorry, I remember what I was gonna say. So in the Walking Dead, funny enough, in some of the scenes, you can see people with Crossman holsters, which are like $10 Walmart holsters.
That's fine.
And then as far as other things you probably see is there'd probably be a big resurgence of the cross draw vest, aka usually the first vest someone gets when they play airsoft, or they the first thing they search is they search tactical vest.
Yes,
the like zip up ones?
That's the It's just a regular vest that has like everything you would need to start out playing airsoft. I remember getting that one too. It actually came with a belt. Mine was UTG. UTG.
I still have it. It's the Matrix one I have. Yeah, I'll run it for like games where I'm playing as the rebels or something, because it's something that is easy for someone that's more of an insurgent type to get, compared to getting full on like rigs or plate carriers and stuff like that. So it's easy to just have a zip up vest.
You used to be able to get them at Walmart. I think they still sell them at Dick's. But then again, something you'd probably see a lot of. And again, no judgment. You get whatever you can get your hands on. And again, it's got a good basic first couple things. The problem is they're varying levels of quality. The UTG one's actually pretty decent. Some of the other ones, though, I used to have one.
I'll be honest. I honestly never had a complaint with mine. Of course, I might, my tastes are a little bit more, I guess, refined now. But like even the gear that I'll recommend, like for example, that G-Code RTI drop component, that's not
expensive.
It's good quality, but it's not that expensive. Like if you pay that $10 to $15 Crossman, whatever, no judgment whatsoever. If it works, it works. Use it to the best of your ability by all means. But even that drop leg component in conjunction with just the regular Safariland holster will bring it to around about $60 to $80, depending on what you want to get. But it's still sub 100 area that you could probably get off with it, And that's one of the things I like to look for, is just like cost, like simple and functional above all else, and comfortable for sure, but cost efficient as well, because we're not all millionaires. We're not making thousands of dollars a minute, so but definitely cost effective.
Also, the importance of being able to retain your weapon, which is important. You don't want it slipping out or someone trying to be able to like take it. So you want to be able to. Oh, the other thing I was going to mention is it always kicks me in the pants. It always makes me chuckle a little bit. And in movies and TVs and games, the Walking Dead game was particularly notorious for this.
Yeah.
When someone is given a pistol, where they just tuck it into the swell of their back. If you've ever done that in
Yeah.
real life, it's. I mean, if you're just walking around, it's not bad. But as soon as you start to try to run or do anything, the pistol's going to drop. Or it's gonna go. It's gonna go down your pants.
I think I've tried that one time just out of curiosity to see how, because every movie, every TV show that, like you said, would hand some person just a firearm, normally being a pistol, they would tuck it into their waistband, in front of them, behind them, to the side, like whatever it may be.
Yeah.
I tried that one time, and I'll say I was so worried that my weapon would just fall down my pants or fall out of my belt every single time I moved. I was so conscious of the fact, oh wow,
there's been tons of negligent discharges because of that. Someone just tuck into their waistband or the swell of their bag, and they'll go to reach for it, and because there's no way of really knowing until you put your hand on the gun where the trigger is. They'll instinctively just pull the trigger, and then they'll shoot themselves either in the butt, or they'll shoot themselves in the leg, or in the very unfortunate part, they'll shoot themselves in the junk.
Oof.
So that's why I get good weapon retention. So if you have nothing else and all you have is a Crossman holster, then I would go with a Crossman holster. But if you have time and you've got a little bit of money to invest, definitely get some, not necessarily super Gucci tactical gear, but gear that's gonna work, gear that's not gonna red flag you, because G code's becoming more and more common and popular. Same with any sort of Black Hawk stuff, because a lot of police and military use Black Hawk stuff.
And I was surprised. I thought the main majority of law enforcement, whenever I've seen law enforcement, have had some form of Safari Land.
We used a Safariland, and I think it was Black Hawk pistol pouches. I don't remember who made the belt though, but it was a Safariland, and Safarilands are good. They're not super expensive, and they do the job pretty darn well. And they're probably, I mean, again, it's one of those things like how much do you want to balance between being concealed or being open about it? But there's times and situations where you may want to be able to hide it. So running a full pistol setup may not work. But then certain times where it's I want to be able to protect myself, and having a full pistol setup is going to be the best way to do that. I want to be ready if something presents itself.
So, so a lot of the holsters that we're talking about, you can wear them in a concealed manner. Kind of depends on what clothing you're wearing over top and stuff like that. But generally speaking, they're not necessarily concealable. So I think having something that's inside the waistband is also a viable choice. Generally, though, those tend to be made. They're not made with the same material. They're either usually the fabric, nylon stuff, that you can kind of slip into your pants, basically, or they are a trigger guard with a attachment that goes on your belt. Vanguard, I think, has done those, but those are very gun specific. You can't just throw anything on there, and because most of the time it'll work for a Glock, but it's not going to work for a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, because I've got it in the band holster, because I'm the CCW carrier, and that holster is specific to the Smith & Wesson. I cannot put any other gun inside it, and also attachments. A lot of the the fabric holsters give you a little more room. You can pretty much, I have a Smith & Wesson, I have a Glock, I have a revolver. You can put them interchangeably. You might have to change the Velcro around, but some of the hard shell holsters, if you put a flashlight on it, you can't holster that gun.
Yeah.
So you have to be be careful what you're doing, or just be again, right gear for the right job.
Yeah,
and a lot of the nylons will let you. Sorry. Yeah. A lot of the nylons will let you cut it down to fit larger guns. Obviously, you don't want to cut it too much, because then it'll just split open,
Yeah.
and you've kind of defeated
Oh.
the purpose.
I dropped my Glock 17. The only other gun I picked up was a Desert Eagle. Not even- that's the benefit of having a adjustable nylon holsters. They're common. Some of the better brands, like I'm trying to think of some of the good. There's some good nylon holster brands, but they're adaptable.
Yeah.
To say,
I mean, I
okay,
got mine off of like Amazon.
Yeah. Yeah, you can put, if you want to put a weapon light on it, if you want to put a laser, then you don't have to buy another holster. That's one thing I don't like about my my hard shell holster is that I cannot run a weapon light with it.
And I will say, if you're gonna be like it, I own more than one pistol, so to juggle between, you know, what I want to run as far as like end of the world stuff, well, that's just going to fall down to personal preference. And, you know, if you're a Glock guy or if you're a 1911 guy, and that's just the pistol that you opt to run with, well, we also have to think of longevity of the weapon as well. You know, if you have a weapon and it goes down because of A, B, C, or D, well, do you have other parts for it?
Yeah.
So parts kit for guns like that. And I'll say this is where the SIG, in my opinion, P320 comes into play with being able to interchange barrels, slides, and the fire control group. You know, the whole thing. That the only part of the gun that's actually serialized is that trigger group, trigger housing, or whatever.
Okay.
I don't know the technical name for it. So you can drop that trigger kit into a different frame and put entirely different things on it, if I'm not mistaken. So you know, that's a decent. I mean, I'm not saying SIG above anything else, but if you are going to be running, let's say that P30 that you have, their overseer, then like other parts, you know, of course, gun cleaning kits are a given. But other parts for that stuff, because if you just have that one holster for that one particular gun, well, that gun goes down, you find a Glock, and
it ain't gonna
you know you can't do anything but hold it where you can, you know, and the bag inside the waistband, this, that, or the third. And while we were talking about the CCW stuff like that, wear clothes. I would suggest wearing clothes for carrying a gun. You know, if you're going to make the conscious decision to carry that gun, you have to wear clothes that are optimal for that firearm, for that setting. You know, make it concealed, this, that, or the third, and that
hoodies
full
and
circle
jackets
goes into goes into the whole gray man theory as well. As you know, I see people open carrying all the time. I'm in an open carry state, but not as frequently as people who I know that concealed carry. And that's a great option for.
Right now, I pretty much have to open carry, but like I wear at work because I'm in a little bit of a shady area, and I just kind of want to have that, hey, you know, don't fuck with me vibe.
Same with I know Anthony also open carry as well, or World will open carry.
But like, if I'm going into like a store or something, I'd prefer to be able to conceal.
Yeah, I mean, because
I don't want to
even
spook
when it goes
people.
along with that gray man stuff is you don't want to give someone an advantage, right?
Oh yeah.
You know,
or just scare them.
You know, a large portion of it.
When
like,
you don't
well,
need
even
to.
that could be a deterrence. Like a uniformed officer, you know, a policeman. A deterrent, number one, not just being the badge and the vehicle, the whole like, okay, I'm a cop sort of vibe, is the visual deterrent of actually having a deadly force weapon. People recognize that immediately. Now, if you're going along with the gray man stuff, well, an advantage to having your firearm concealed, of course, legally, abide by your state and local laws, people. The advantage of having it concealed is, well, people don't know what to expect. You know, people look at you, they'll gauge you, but if they see that there's a firearm there, it could be a deterrent, or it could be something that in a grid down scenario, you know, first kind of wave of people going into the stores, if you're one of those people that have to go into the store to get A, B, C, or D, if you're open carrying a gun, you could potentially be a target at that point and not a deterrent.
Yeah.
Um,
Like
Yeah,
the way I
kinda-
use it
you have
at
to kinda
work,
gauge it.
the way I use it at work is very much a deterrent thing. Because
yeah.
I'm always in my work area, so I know my environment, I know the people around me know that I'm carrying, and all the coworkers and stuff like that, the neighbors. So people just are generally aware. We have cops that patrol the area, they've seen it. They don't mind. Security guy comes, he doesn't care. Like for where I am in my environment, it's better for me to have it as a deterrent. But whenever I leave to go somewhere, I'll currently I kind of have to put it away because I don't have the CCW yet. But like I would normally conceal if I'm gonna like go to say the post office or whatever. If they, I mean, I might take it off when I go to the post office just because I don't want to risk anything there, but you know, if I'm going to the
Yeah,
gas
right.
station or whatever, I'm
Yeah.
probably gonna do conceal instead.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess the big thing that CJ touched on was kind of the objective for why you're carrying a firearm. And I mean, it could go into gear as well. Why are you carrying a particular set of gear? Like what's your environment? What is the setting? What is the scenario? What's the objective sort of deal?
Oh,
so
Um,
kind of
yeah.
explain the environment.
So we got off on that whole tangent, but
It's all
yeah,
good. It's part
so
of
it
the
started out you were
experience.
asking about what types of gear you'd have in an apocalypse scenario, and
Yeah, yeah.
and how much of the stuff we've made and worked with would
Right.
be used in that practical scenario. I'd say that like I was saying, I'll probably have more of concealed style kit for most things, or at least at the beginning. But eventually, or for certain environments, I would probably be able to wear that police vest I've got and put plates in it and run that and comfortably, because I'd have the Velcro for any pouches and other things that I want to attach. I'd still be wearing the belt, so I'd have that. Um, like that's the main constant is the belt. A lot of what my
Yeah.
gear relies on is having that belt. But in terms of having armor, I'd say concealed or the police vest,
Yeah.
and I just use elements. Like I'd probably modify the police vest more. I'm working on that right now, in fact. But like I could definitely see myself using that to be more open about it if I were to be more open about it.
Oh yeah, I completely see that. I think what people sometimes tend to miss when uh, kind of going over the okay, what would I run sort of
Mm-hmm.
scenario is uh, people think, oh, I'm going to be on the road 24/7. I'm going to be hitchhiking, you know,
No.
through this area, going here, going there, and they'll build their gear around. I'm never going to stay still. I won't have a home front. And
Yeah.
I
So
think
it's
I
like
think that I think that your pieces of gear would definitely vary depending on what you're doing. Like
Oh yeah.
bug out locations for real world scenario are definitely a big thing. But even for like Survive Omega's events, I know that you know when you first get into the game, you know, and this could ring true for IRL. You know, going to your bug out location when you first start
Mm-hmm.
to either get into game or to go to a location, you're going to have close to everything that you can possibly carry and
Oh
will be
yeah.
useful to you right then and there. But I know for like, if you were to settle down at your camp, well, your scavenging gear, your scavenging and going into town just to talk to people gear for like an event is going to be totally different than oh shit, we have to go assault this place because of A, B, C, or D,
Yeah.
or we have to defend this place because of A, B, C, or D. Same thing if it comes to real world scenario with a home front, is if you do have a base of operations, like your gear is always going to be, shape shifting almost depending on what the mission is, really, like what the objective is. Because I know personally speaking, if I had the option to, and this is just like in a perfect scenario,
Yeah.
if you could create one, I would love to have a set of hard ballistic armor that might weigh a little bit more. If I know that it's going to be a pretty heavy day, we might be running into a lot of contacts for that day. And also,
like
if we're just doing like a
if we're
quick
having to go
scavenging
after
run,
like a raider camp or whatever.
So
If we know we're
Absolutely.
going to some,
absolutely, a little bit of a heavier kit, and then if we were doing that, then I would totally try to get my the optimal draft or whatever, outside the waistband carry gun for offensive purposes. But let's say if we're going scavenging, if we're doing this, that, or the third, we got to make a run into town. We're not sure who's going to be there.
Yeah.
Well, I'd throw on a light concealable sort of body armor that would not hinder my ability to get the hell out of Dodge as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and you're not making yourself a target. Like,
right.
And I think there's definitely a time and a place to make yourself known, to make yourself look like the baddest guy in the room.
Don't mess with me,
Like Warlord's
Absolutely.
war armor is definitely a great example,
Yes.
and I refer to that often because when he wears that, generally speaking, people do not mess with him because of the intimidation, because of what he brings to the field with that. When people
he's also
seem
not on
like
the
that,
front
they
line with
know
that.
he's not messing around, so they should not mess with him. And I think there are certain times where you can definitely do something like that. I wouldn't do it alone, because you might notice that he's never gone out with that gear by himself. He always has
Exactly.
a group of guys in gear of their own with him.
Yeah, when he usually has that set of armor on, usually he's not on the front lines. He's usually coordinating people.
Yeah.
He's leading from the back, or he's more or less like doing admin roles within his own compound.
Oh, definitely. Whereas with the scav gear, he's trying to be able to get in and out without too much attention being brought to him.
Yeah, and I think Trevor and I were talking this before Prava joined in, but yeah, the gear is going to mainly factor on what you're doing, what the environment is, what your weapon is.
Yes.
This is going to be a big factor. I'm not necessarily going to run a plate carrier with a bunch of like M4 mag pouches if I'm only running a pistol. I'll wear the plate carrier if I have ballistic plates, so I can use it for body armor, but I'm not running.
Well, part of the reason why I said I'd probably do the police vest is because, like, I might not have a actual AR or anything of that variety. I might be just a pistol guy for a while.
Yeah.
And so that particular vest allows me the flexibility of not having to worry about having pouches for like everything. The only thing I'd need is to find a pistol pouch, and I could put that on my belt. Or if I'm using a drop, like the drop leg I have now has 2 slots for magazines. So
okay, yeah.
But
and as far as pouches or like as far as organizing your gear, it's probably going to be a mismatch because honestly, some even non-molly pouches like tool bags.
Oh yeah.
If you're specifically trying to go for tools, then using a tool bag or using a tool pouch, like what you see for carpenters, that'll probably be a lot more advantageous than running like a pouch or
I always carry at least like adjustable wrench, Allen keys, generally in metric, and maybe a Phillips head and a flathead screwdriver.
Yeah, I would say even just a cheap multi-tool too. You don't have to.
Make really
the Leatherman
the Leatherman comes with a bunch of those.
That's right. You
things.
already have one.
Yeah.
I forgot you actually have a Leatherman. Yeah, those are great. I would recommend no matter what kit. That's something I would run is multi-tool.
Yeah,
yeah.
so it's got a knife, it's got a scissors, it's got Phillips and flathead, it's got pliers, and then a file, and I can't figure out what these other two things are, but I've used one of them as a makeshift bottle opener, even though I'm pretty sure that's not what it's for.
Yeah, but assuming you're the average Joe, saying you don't have any sort of gear, I think it's going to be, from what we would seen and from what kind of my mindset have been is being what you can come across. So you may not have a
You ain't gonna
hydro
find
pouch.
it in a bunker, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to find it in pristine condition, so you might actually have to make something or improvise. So, okay, I don't have a way of carrying water. Well, you might come across like a hydro pack that you use for hiking or running. Okay, you
Which
can get a
is more
slab that
common.
Yeah, which is a lot more common. You can get them at Walmart.
Yeah.
You can buy specific pouches for that, but again, if you're going, say you're going into the wasteland with nothing, you're just whatever. It's all on-site procurement. It's all whatever you can find. So that's kind of the fun part of like matching camping gear, construction gear, tactical gear, police gear, and kind of mixing it all together. Because again, what Trevor and I were talking about before, a lot of the events that we've gone to, you just see people running like Gucci gear.
Ugh.
And this isn't like
disgusting.
yeah, it's not the event, it's not the apocalypse just happened, or is like in the downfall of things, so where it's like societal unrest where people are
it takes place at some time after things have already kind of like fallen apart and eventually reach a calm period.
As you can imagine, the guys that will go out there with the I thought it was a speed softing tournament, or I thought this was Milsim West.
They get
These
wrecked.
guys tend to be the targets of everyone else who understands more or less what the event is geared towards. Now, I will say that the military gear, the Gucci tech stuff, although it's not like a commonplace in the setting. I wouldn't completely knock the idea that someone would have military kit, but not full battle rattle sort of dress, running nods and comms and all that sort of crazy stuff.
Most of the guys that actually have that, including like the typically coming with the military experience and stuff, are probably going to be smarter about it. And they're probably not even going to really wear most of their tech gear if things were to really kick off. What's going to happen is you're going to get a bunch of airsofters who have a bunch of Gucci gear that think that they'll be fine, Yeah,
I think, and I'm not against, and again, I'm not trying to like, what is it, gatekeep, but if someone comes to an event with a play carrier, but they've made it look like it has been through absolute hell for like 5 years, I'd be a-okay with that. Like you have a play carrier, but it's like the pouches are mixed matched, they're dirty, maybe one of your straps is loose, and you've bolted into a belt to keep it on, your cummerbund on the sides are missing, so you're using
because at that point
duct tape to stitch it together.
It almost shows like they're like putting forth effort to make their kit look more wasteland-ish. Now, I still don't knock. I mean, because people are people. Yeah. Sometimes it's their first event. Sometimes it's A. Sometimes it's B or C.
Goddamn robots.
Goddamn robots.
When they come to the events, they're not completely aware of what's going on. Now, I will say I have seen people do it on purpose. Just do that.
Yeah,
do that just because.
Yeah, my kit is I'm a soldier.
I found it in a bunker.
Yeah, I found it in a bunker. You'll hear that a lot.
Yeah. So I'm gonna post a picture of Deadwin real quick.
Yeah, because he's working on one where he has a play card, but he's like actually aging it.
Yeah. So it might not be the best picture. Just
actually, let me see if I can post in the chat too. I don't know how it'll show up. I'm gonna put it in the messenger on the bottom, and maybe you can post in there. So there's this game called Spec Ops: The Line where it's like the apocalypse for them because they start out and they're all in really nice gear, and by the end of the game, everything's being held on by like a thread for their kit. So that's what I would want to do, is make a kit where it looks like, yeah, it's a plate carrier, but it's been like shot at, it's been dragged through the mud, it's been just torn out, it's being like held together by just like straps.
Oh yeah.
Let me see if we can find a picture and I'll post in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, I'll throw it in there. But yeah, so Deadwin's kit, like, he's got basically an AK chest rig, essentially, but he's added elements to it to wasteland it to make it have the extra body armor elements and stuff like that that otherwise wouldn't be featured. Like the plate that's on the front, he put that there, and he added elements of his own personality into it. But otherwise, like, it would not be there at all if he didn't do that. So
there we go.
If you're gonna run like tac gear, I think that's something you definitely benefit. You could definitely do with it.
Yeah, because I mean, with especially the U.S. and some of the other countries where there's a big military presence, there's a lot of like places you can buy gear. Plate carriers, even like there's gonna be more non-ballistic ones, but people use plate carriers in general just for shooting or for hunting because you can carry extra gear on it. So if I wouldn't be like the type of like, oh my god, he has a plate carrier in the apocalypse, that's heresy. It's like, no, but if it looks like it's just came out of the box, and yeah, it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean,
try a little.
You'll probably, no doubt, if in a real world scenario, you will probably see people who were lucky enough that they actually happen to have like new stuff, or they got new stuff. Yeah, like us. Like whether it's because they're more of a prepper or just because like they
the first guy that raids the gun store who picks up a plate carrier.
Or they happen to be a airsofter that likes having legit kit, or they're military and they have some of their old kit. Like, that's gonna happen. You're gonna get people that are gonna have like essentially by default the Gucci stuff. Whether or not they're going to use it intelligently is another thing, though, because like we said before, you don't want to make yourself too obvious right off the bat.
Yeah, because if someone is desperate, if they're desperate enough where they have nothing, yeah, they'll take the boots off your feet. Like if they get that down, down and out. And we've seen it. The biggest or the best study I've seen as far as human nature is look at natural disasters where outside help is cut off. The biggest one being Katrina.
Oh yeah.
People were getting desperate and they were killing each other. And I mean, it sucks, but I mean, again, that's if you want to know the best predictor of future behavior, it's past behavior.
Oh yeah.
Actually, here's another
what's that old, I don't know if it's old saying per se, but it's the some odd amount of meals until anarchy.
Yeah, I think it's like, I have to look it up again. It's mentioned in Far Cry 5. I think it's like I think it's like 10 meals from anarchy.
Probably.
Let me see.
I mean, considering the fact that people will panic over toilet paper, it wouldn't surprise me if like entire civilizations collapsed in like less time.
Take a look at some video cam footage from like a Black Friday sale.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's even less than I thought. We are 9 meals away from anarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where your brain will actually start to change, and it'll go back to lizard brain of like.
It's crazy how little is holding society together.
Yeah, that's why you just got to be. It's more on the topic of prepping, but you just got to be careful. I do find it funny where preppers are always considered like crazy kooks and they're nuts, and then every time there's any sort of shortage, they're the first ones blamed. Because in the first,
but they weren't even the ones. Yeah.
I remember seeing news articles within the past 6 or 7 months that was saying, maybe these preppers aren't so batshit crazy, you know. Maybe there's some truth to some of this prepping stuff, and it wasn't necessarily hitting a mainstream per se, but there was some independent news articles that would just make some column or comment about people who prepare for disasters. And what's the funny thing is, and I don't know if it would even be funny, but what's really surprising is that there are particular parts of the world. I mean, you can even take Alaska, for example. There are people there. The prepping isn't even called prepping; it's just called living.
Yeah.
You know, that's yeah, that's just something you have to do in order to survive in those harsh environments, harsh conditions. And but if you're just a regular old city going person, you're considered to be a prepper if you buy more than what you need in preparation for something.
Yeah.
And when it comes, and if people really think about it, when it comes to the area closer to where we live at, if there's like a hurricane warning, or if there's like a hurricane that we know is coming, or a natural, a tropical storm or something of the natural degree that could potentially cause power outages or damage, or people displaced from their homes, they'll go out, people go out and they'll just stockpile what they can.
Oh yeah.
But these people who prep for these, this is actually a serious thing. But is it still considered prepping? Because if it is, then everyone is a prepper. And
if you buy more than what you're worth, if you buy a pack of hot dogs and a pack of buns, like, you're a prepper now because there's more hot dogs and buns, so you're gonna eat that one time. Now, I think I told you guys the story, but I can tell you my story why I actually started prepping.
Okay.
Shoot.
Go for it.
So what happened? I'll tell for the stream. I'll kind of give it the rough and dirty. So be in college, working a summer job at a summer camp in West Virginia, and I have almost no money. I get all my food at the camp because there's really no reason for me to buy food because I just go to the camp and go to the camp and get it. We got hit with a massive storm that knocked out power for about a week.
Oh wow.
And generally there was disruption in the area because there was a lot of trees down because it was just a massive out of the blue storm.
Yeah.
And because again, I had no money, I had nothing stockpiled because I was broke and I just got all my stuff from the camp anyway. And I was there living with my with a dog at the time. And there was many days where I had to bring food back from the camp because the camp was able to get 3 generators to run the whole thing. They were able to, power the kitchen or whatever. But if it wasn't for that, I would have been SOL. I would have been just up shit creek. It still sucked because there was a lot of times where I had to choose between, all right, do I give my dog some food or do I give myself some food? Yeah. And finally, once things got back in order, I finally got paid and actually was able to, get some food. I was like, that's when I made the decision. I don't want to end up in this situation again.
Oh yeah.
That wasn't the end of the world. That was just a bad storm that knocked out power.
Yeah, that was. I mean, and we always talk about a world-ending scenario, but a lot of the times, people are already going through like a world-ending scenario to their own personal world-ending scenario, and prepping for that. I mean, it's kind of hard to prep when you really get blindsided. You don't see it coming.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens with a lot of people. They'll try to go out.
But yeah, it's the whole factor of, I don't want to ever be vulnerable like that again. I don't want to become that sort of victim. I don't want to be victim to A, B, C, or D.
Yeah. And people can come out like a psychologist and say, "Oh, well, you're that won't happen again. You should stop doing that because
there are people that look at it that way, and then there are people who also look at it as rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it sort of deal.
Usually the first thought is
it's almost like it.
Like, no, I'm not building any bunkers in my yard. I wish I could. I'd like to, but
that'd be fun, wouldn't it?
just generally, like, here and there, every time I go to the store, just grab an extra couple things of food, grab an extra thing of toilet paper is what I do now.
Yeah.
And just slowly but surely, and just over time. So when that situation happens, and even a non-apocalypse situation, so I've got water saved up, and they cut the water to our building because there was a water heater that got messed up in one of the apartments. So we could flush only if we had water, but they cut off the sinks. So I was like, well, time to break open the cache of water I've got. Thankfully, they restored it pretty quickly, but it could have been one of those things where like, well, we're fixing this thing, and it's gonna be out for a week, so you guys are kind of on your own. I mean, it sucks, but it's like, well, at least I've got some water left over, and if I didn't, I could go to the store, but it's more convenient if I already have it.
Yeah.
Right.
So I recommend, just like with everyone having general knowledge of first aid, I think everyone should just be mindful that, yeah, especially for in areas that have a lot of storms or stuff that happens or stuff that just can happen out of the blue, it's a good idea to have. Actually, speaking of, not only toilet paper was out at the beginning, the first couple months, a lot of easy to make food was gone, like boneless chicken, turkey, and some other stuff that was like really easy to cook, pre-made, was gone.
Yeah.
The only things I could the meat.
Oh yeah.
Ground beef was gone.
I'll say this. I mean, I'm not a huge like bean person. I don't really like beans at all.
Really?
Of course I'll eat it if I have to. I mean, I'm not that picky. But if I have the choice to, I'm just not. If I'm at a barbecue and they're like, hey, you want some beans? I'm like, no.
No.
Yeah, but like I remember hitting the shelves and I was just trying to find like some spaghetti or corned beef hash or anything like that. And the only thing that was left are like the lima beans, the this, the that. So even Bush's baked beans were up there. I was like, I guess I'm not alone in the sentiment of bean hatred or bean dislike, I should say.
My roommates don't like it.
Really? I mean, see, that's surprising. Like, I always thought that I was one of few people that really didn't like beans. But I guess when this whole thing hit, go up to Food Lion, try to get some canned food, and there's nothing but beans, nothing but beans.
Yep.
So naturally, well, I bought some beans in case shit hit the fan.
Yeah. Stuff, and that's what they say: stock stuff that you're actually going to eat. Because
absolutely.
I don't know the onion story, but there was a story of I think it was last year. There was some story, but some guy like bought out a bunch of Spam, and he was interviewed by the news, and he said he hated Spam. Like, why the fuck are you buying it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I don't mind Spam. It depends if you cook it. If it's uncooked, it's not that good. You can stomach it, but it just has a really gelatin like taste to it. But cooked, like thinly sliced cooked Spam is delicious.
Oh yeah.
But it's always that typical like, oh, herder, you're a prepper. I guess you got all the cans of Spam. It's like, yeah, I have some.
I mean, I guess I'm not necessarily like called a prepper or whatever. I consider myself to be a kind of a very, very, very amateur-esque prepper. But yeah. I actually just the things that I have are more or less geared towards my personal hobbies. Yeah. Like I like airsoft. I'm also a decent gun advocate sort of person,
Camping gear.
Yeah, and camping stuff. I love to go camping. So
would you say it's more like
run into
survivalist, maybe?
Sure. Yeah, you could say whatever term would kind of summarize it, but I think having like a hobby that already revolves around something close to what you might actually end up have to do, like in a grid down scenario, is definitely beneficial for sure. I mean, and I guess it's just like general interest, I know a lot of people, depending on what region of the country or even the world like they're from, a lot of the times their hobbies are going to be driven by the availability of certain resources in certain environments, for sure. Definitely. So an environment like this, hell, guys, we got it made good. At least me and Overseer do. I know you're a little bit ways away, but we have Ballahack, one of the biggest staples of airsoft in Virginia, sort of deal, right? And and I mean, it's kind of like, well, there's nothing to do this weekend. Let's head up to Ballahack. Let's play some airsoft.
Yep.
And that hobby, like I said prior, brings in a lot of, either
Honestly,
active or prior military
we have
people,
a number of
first
fields.
responders, all that stuff. Oh yeah,
Like
we do. We definitely have a
Ballahack,
number of fields.
We've got Swamp. We've got Bethel, if
Yeah.
you're willing to go there.
Yeah.
And I think New Kent's got a place up the road too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. So I mean, there's definitely a lot of
CZ,
options.
I think CZ's out there. Yeah,
Yep.
the reason why I named Ballahack is just I think it's more or less like a staple
Oh,
of
totally.
like airsoft over here. Just because I know that if you don't know anything about the Virginia airsoft players, or you're not from Virginia, this, that, or the third, I know that you've probably heard of Ballahack Airsoft if you are in the airsoft world.
Mhm.
It might not be simple place in a lot of different parts of the United States, but definitely over on this side, you'll hear people coming down from New York City and coming up from Florida just to play at Ballahack. So
I mean, that's where I
met-
a
Oh, yeah.
big name thing.
We've
That's
had
where I met Prophet.
Revelations, Fertile
Yeah.
Crescent. We have had people. They've had people come from the UK. Like people
Yep.
will come from
There's-
the other side of the planet to attend
Yep.
these events.
Because there isn't too many apocalyptic style events. There's more and more upcoming. The only other one that was like really outgoing that everyone kind of knew about was Wasteland Weekend, which is out in Cali.
Yeah, but that's more a
Yeah.
like big
That's not airsoft.
costume
That's-
slash like
Yeah.
get drunk and wasted.
And that would be the more, in my opinion, the more eccentric side, sort of
Oh,
form
totally.
over fashion sort of deal, or form over function sort of deal.
It's in
Yeah.
the same vein as Burning Man,
Yeah, it's like Burning Man,
which
with
is more
less drugs.
artsy and like people are there to party and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
probably
I
a
do-
lot more alcohol there than the
Oh yeah.
And drugs.
narcotics. Well, yeah, I'd say for both they might have their fair share, but I know Burning Man is just kind of
That's the thing.
It's what it's known
the
for. Yeah.
staple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some guy gets so high on PC, or it was some drug at Burning Man that he actually ran into one of the effigies
Oh no.
Oh my.
and became the Burning Man.
Oh,
This was
no.
years ago, but I thought it was kind of funny.
Oh no.
So pro tip, kids, don't do drugs and run into a giant fire.
Don't
Yeah.
do drugs at all, kids.
Don't do
Please don't.
drugs. But yeah, it's again for different events, different things. Rev it's becoming unfortunately more and more of like a big meme fest.
Yes.
It
Which
is
has
as
its
quick-
benefits because I do
It's
think
it's a
it's
good yeah,
fun,
it's a good
but
thing and a bad thing for
Yeah.
sure. It's a good, I mean, I don't whatever happens, whatever the Ballahack boys want to do for the Revelation events, that's completely up to them, but I
Mhm.
know that without particular people, and of course I'm mainly talking about
Us.
our immediate group.
I mean,
Yeah, without our group, honestly, like I personally wouldn't enjoy my time there as much as I would. Like, yeah, I'd still be interested in going,
Mhm.
but I remember my very first Rev and being exposed to, because I've always had a liking towards post-apocalyptic or dystopian /
Yeah.
survival sort of things,
Yeah.
or that
I
sort
like
of genre,
that
but
and sci-fi.
yeah. Yeah, like oh, I love sci-fi too. But even like Rev 4 was my first event, and I didn't know anyone. I knew
Rev 4
absolutely
was
no
my
one.
first everything
Yeah.
for airsoft.
Yep, first
Oh really? Really?
Yeah.
Rev definitely wasn't my first airsoft exposure, but it was my very first apocalyptic sort of event, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is going to be super awesome, and it was. I loved it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until around Rev 8, because I took a decent hiatus from playing events at Ballahack, but it wasn't until Rev 8 where I finally came back around to Rev, and I started to get to know more people just based on the quests and
Yeah.
the exposure to the environment. And I think that's definitely for me a big part, is just being able to have a good sense of association and acceptance, camaraderie, as it were,
Franz.
with yeah. And then I think that's kind of where I kind of made the decision, more or less, to branch out from just post-apocalyptic genre role-playing to potentially seeking out more people for an actual event, which of course that's kind of what we're doing now, is but best of both worlds, talking about IRL and role play sort of deal. But yeah, for sure, that whole airsoft thing is really something, isn't it?
It's one of the most expensive hobbies.
Yeah,
But
man.
it's fun. I enjoy it. I wouldn't trade it. I love playing airsofting. Or I
Same.
love playing and going out and traveling
Oh, yeah.
around the US, playing at different sites.
If there's the main, honestly, one of the biggest benefits that I get out of it is the fact that, if not for it, I probably wouldn't be talking to Merchant very often, because like we lost touch with a lot of the guys we talked to in college after we were done, and for various circumstances. And I think if not,
college going folk.
if not for the airsoft element that kind of brought us together, I don't know if we'd still be hanging out and like having these calls and chats and stuff like as much. I mean, I probably wouldn't be into airsoft, period. So
I'm glad I got you addicted.
Yeah. And then it morphed into, I like real guns.
Yeah. Thank you, CJ, for getting him addicted to airsoft, because it left him no more money for his crippling heroin addiction.
Hold on now.
His crippling black tar heroin addiction. No.
I'm sorry, but
no, yeah. I mean,
I'm sorry, but
like
CJ Merchant's the one addicted to Jet.
Jet. And shame on him. He's the one that got himself addicted to post-apocalyptic airsoft events, which then led him down the dark and very depressing path of Jet.
Yes.
But we do get to aggressively recycle is the best thing. That's how I tell my parents. It's like we did the whole, we weaponized reduce, reuse, and recycle, the old phrase they told us in the 2000s.
Oh yeah.
It's I told it to my stepdad, and I saw like a little light bulb go off. If my stepdad like wanted to make a cool set of armor or weapons, he would have some crazy shit, because he's got the tools for it, and he's the kind of guy who, kind of like MacGyver, he could improvise just about anything.
I just imagine him walking out of the garage kind of like Iron Man 1 in a fucking titanium suit of armor, blasting off in a jet. Yeah,
I still wanted to bring my dad to Rev, but he always gives excuses. It's just not his thing. I think it would have fun though.
I don't think my parents would be into that at all.
I tried to get my father into it. I know my dad's interested, but I doubt that he would come out. He always made the excuse of like, I'm just too old, man. I can't go out there. I'm like, Dad, there's like people who are 60 plus years old just going out there chilling in the woods, shooting some people with plastic, BBs. Come on.
My family has only expressed interest in the context of the costuming, because they did attend a small scale Burning Man in the.
Getting them addicted now.
Oh boy, I don't know what costumes that they would bring.
Well, they went with a steampunk type of look, and I kind of helped them make it work and look good and stuff like that, because I basically was like, here, you can get these kinds of things, and like browns and brasses and stuff like that look really good, and having kind of like gear like elements and stuff like that. And like, not everything's going to be practical, but some things might have a dual purpose. And like, if you're going for looks, just kind of, I gave them general advice on what to kind of go with. But that's pretty much it in terms of their interactions or their stepping their toes in this kind of stuff.
Well, hey, I mean, shows more interest in some, you know.
That is true.
Yeah, and I think because of the crafting aspect of it, there's a good variety of people who are interested in it, not just people we play airsoft with generally, but from interviews I've seen from like Wasteland Weekend, it's again people from across the board. It's an interesting thing of like again, I think what draws people in is the idea of starting new.
Yeah.
Of okay, you know, the world's ended. You can now essentially make your own character. You know,
you can start over.
Yeah, you can start over. Your debts are wiped clean.
Yeah.
You're the person before. You can be the same person. You can be a complete different person. You can be whoever you want.
Yep. And
That's
a
why it's
lot of
fun,
the
it's
time,
like-
people will become a different person whether they want to or not, given the
Yeah, I think
circumstances.
I've talked to you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
about this. I think I would probably do about the same thing. I would because I like going out and searching for stuff. I like selling stuff. I kind of like wheeling and dealing. I'd probably do something like that, but it wouldn't be. I don't unless I get like a decent setup. I can't imagine doing that long term without a lot of safety precautions. Because again, you're exposing yourself. You're stationary.
Yeah.
Or even if you're traveling around, if you have all this stuff on you, you're a big target. So it might be like on a small scale, like what I try to originally do for Omegas. Have a couple goodies, trade, wheel and deal. But as far as doing that, I don't know. Scavenging, yeah, I like exploring. I like scavenging. Apparently, I get that from my mom. But like back in the day, when with her sister in old abandoned buildings out in Nottington.
It's just taking stuff.
Yeah, I think
Let me ask you guys something.
What's up?
Now, would you guys ever consider reprising the role of the merchant and overseer in a real life application?
Maybe not. Maybe not immediately.
Yeah, maybe not immediately, just for safety concerns. But I generally do like like interacting with people and selling.
I think it's definitely a long-term type of thing where it's like, okay, we've established ourselves at a location or whatever, or we've made enough friends with other groups and stuff that we can afford to do it without as many risks. Not that those risks won't always be there, because they will. But like, if we get ourselves in a comfortable enough position, but not too comfortable, I think we would be able to basically start the business.
What I really want to see is when the real life scenario happens, I want to see Overseer there with a real Thompson guarding over the merchant as he gets his various totes from point A to point B. And just the side stories that would occur from that would be humorous. But like I was thinking maybe like for you guys at like a Wasteland Weekend, like those big events, I could definitely see you guys over there pulling something like that.
I wouldn't mind doing that, because Wasteland Weekend's just on the scale of it. I wouldn't mind doing a wandering merchant for that.
Yeah, I know that you can. As far as I'm aware, you can like get booths for Wasteland Weekend, and I have thought about like basically having a Circus of Value booth where we basically will sell props and stuff like that to people for like cash and whatnot.
I'd love to do that. The problem is the logistics, because it's in California. Now, if we do
that COV game,
if we do the the American road trip, if we can get like a modified ambulance, I would love to do that as well.
Oh yeah, hell, in that circuit, if we get a crazy enough looking ambulance, which we might not be able to drive on normal streets if it's too crazy.
I have to check the local law.
I mean, hell, dude, there's some spotty stuff out there on the road.
Well, so a lot of the guys that go to Wasteland Weekend will modify them to such a degree that you cannot have them on the road. So what they'll do is they'll pay for a flatbed and carry it on the flatbed to the event, and then they'll only have
That's
it at
pretty
the event.
interesting. I know if it's like too outlandish, right? But something like one of the people we know, William, he bought himself a deuce and a half or
yeah.
whatever. Yeah, and I mean that thing is street legal, good to go sort of deal. If y'all had an ambulance like that, I don't think like if you modified it, like the cosmetics of it, if that would really hinder your ability to travel.
I guess it would depend on what type of cosmetics.
Yeah.
Same with
things as long as it has its lights and all the work, like lights as in headlights
like
working.
don't put blades on it.
No, I can't put. Now I have to look up the legality of it because I know certain trucks can have kneecappers.
Yes.
Meaning if on the you've seen it.
Y'all could look into like detachable stuff though, like stuff I don't know, like magnets. I wouldn't say magnets, but I mean maybe magnets, like just stuff that you could like put into the back of it. Because I know if y'all are trying to get an ambulance, pretty sizable.
Oh yeah.
You could have some detachable cosmetic stuff like the saw blades and the barbed wire, whatever.
Yeah, like stuff we could eat, like when we get there, modify it. Because I'd love to, my goal, like one of my my bucket list goals, is to do the car show at Wasteland Weekend. Yeah, they do a whole big car rally there.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
That'd be
awesome. I've also thought about
like
doing
dope.
a RV that's been like wastelanded too.
Yeah.
Because you've got multiple. You can like make it so that it's livable, but since you got multiple windows and stuff, you have like mounts for like defending it from multiple angles and stuff like that. And you could reinforce the
You guys need to
windows.
have the picture perfect Dale RV from Walking Dead season 1.
Yeah.
I love
the Dale RV.
My favorite character, one of my favorite characters from the Walking Dead series is Dale.
Rip.
I know.
Rip.
He goes out like a
Ripperoni.
Comics. In the comics, he goes out like how Bob the Medic does, where he bamboozles the cannibals because he's already bitten and infected.
Oh yeah.
Ah! Call an ambulance, but not for me.
I think his last words are, "It's tainted," and they realize that he shows the bite mark, and they like all freak out. And I think they shoot him there, but like it's like it reminds me of I think it's Day of the Dead. It's where the guy's getting eaten by zombies. Like, I hope you choke on it.
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna go out like a baller. Go out like an absolute mad lad.
Oh yeah.
Get infected and then volunteer at a cannibal camp.
Volunteer. Hey guys, y'all can eat me. Why?
Premeditated, bitch.
Oh my goodness.
Speaking of
Know,
cannibalism,
man. I don't know if I'd ever revert to cannibalism and the waste like that. That seems very, very last minute, sort of so desperate that like I don't know, man.
Like a lot of people will talk about the Donner Party and the circumstances that drove them to it, and the sad reality that they were very close to being safe. But it's like, the thing is, they actually waited for the last possible second to do that, and when they did it, they weren't like every man for themselves about it. It was very much like, okay, we're going to methodically pick and choose who's gonna die first, basically. And I think,
or like the airplane crash,
like the children, making sure the kids survived was like top priority or something. Because didn't they find at least one child or something?
I'm actually not too familiar with. I know the story. I know what you're talking about. I just don't know the ins and outs or the outcome of that. Like, I would hope that some person might have survived because of that sacrifice, but that's just like rocking a hard place times 1,000.
Oh
that's just
and considering the time period and everything too.
Effort, Oh yeah.
It's unfortunate, but there was one guy who legitimately went insane. He was like one of the last people they pulled out because there was two separate, like where a search party found them. They pulled out the people that they could, and there's people that volunteered to stay behind. And like one of the last holdouts, like when they got to him, he was like in the middle of cooking people soup.
Yeah.
And they later found that like there's half-eaten horses. Like there was still meat on them. They were frozen, but you could still get the meat off the horse. And this dude was like opting for people instead. It's like
Oh yeah.
Now eating people, I think we were talking about this at work for some fucking reason. I know you definitely do not eat the brain because you can get prion disease, which is very bad. It's mentioned in the Book of Eli, where they come across the couple that are cannibals. Certain organs you'd probably have to avoid, just based on. You definitely don't want to eat the guts because you will get really sick. Because it's all the stuff. I think you can get away with eating like the liver. And depending if the person's a smoker, you definitely don't want to eat the lungs.
Yeah.
I am a little concerned to your level of knowledge when it comes to the correct parts of the body.
Know thy enemy?
I'm saying like if they're dead and you're desperate, you want to make sure you're doing it
okay.
right.
Yeah, like if there was a decent scenario, but
you want to make sure you're doing it right.
I mean, as hard as it is to like kind of think about it, that is definitely a strong part of a large portion of post-apocalyptic storytelling is cannibalism. There's always cannibalism, and it's almost bleeding into like all of the events that we go to, as well as like. Well, are these cultists secretly cannibals?
Yeah, well, like Revelations.
Is that special lemonade gonna knock me out?
Yeah, like Revelations, Balahek. Like there's a part of the field they literally call Cannibal Village because I think one of the events, one of the Rev events, there was a bunch of people that called themselves cannibals, and it stuck.
That's where they set up. Yeah.
Yeah, we purged them. But
yeah,
we purge them, but
I think they're because again, how many people how many people off the top of their head know how to raise animals? How many know how to grow
animal
crops?
husbandry? Not a lot.
Yeah, it's a skill set that I definitely want to learn. But again, if you don't know anything and you're hungry and you've got a dead guy in your group, it's like it's meat.
That leg is looking mighty tasty.
That strange meat.
That strange meat. But I'm not saying like, if it drops, I'm gonna try to eat them. It's like no. Plus,
but I think that does go into the hunting aspect of survival, though, is learning how to like skin and quarter sort of deal and get the right cuts of the animal for consumption. I'm definitely no expert. I know nothing about that sort of stuff, but I'm curious to see if we do have I'm sure that we have a member of our group, or we know someone who knows someone that knows how to do that. But I mean, there's always YouTube and I guess Google if you're curious for hunting, like skinning and quartering a rabbit or something.
I want to get. There's a book saved on my list on Amazon. It goes into specifically how to harvest different animals like rabbits, deer, like raccoons, chickens, just kind of general like farm animals. I want to do that because I mean, again, it's something go ahead.
Sorry, speaking of skinning, the skins themselves, the fur and the leather and the stuff that you're getting off of them can be utilized for your equipment.
Oh yeah,
your gear.
I mean, yeah, I think if I don't agree with the notion of let me go out and hunt just for hunting's sake. Like,
you gotta use every part of the animal.
I'm not gonna knock some. If that's your hobby, you grew up doing it or something. I totally completely get it. But hunting just to hunt, I believe that if I don't have anything against it, especially when it comes to survival. I don't have anything against it, but I think utilizing that animal because it has kind of like graced you with its sort of life-giving, I guess, sort of
Well,
nature.
So the Native
when it comes to consumption.
Americans basically all approach the hunting with the use every part of the animal, don't waste anything.
Yeah.
Kind of
And it
approach.
goes into armor making too, and recycling is use everything you can, try not to waste anything. But especially with hunting, if you successfully know how to do all that stuff, you can get clothing, you can get meat, you can get
Arrowheads.
you can get arrowheads. Yeah, you can use the bones themselves to like craft certain things.
And bows and arrows aren't entirely
arrows.
impractical in an apocalyptic scenario
Did you
because
know you
one, they're quiet.
on Amazon and not need a background check?
Really buy a what now? A bow and arrow?
You can buy a crossbow and a bow and arrow on Amazon with no background check.
Yeah.
They're not
Interesting. Daryl Dixon in the building.
I've only shot a crossbow once. It's fun, but
I bought one of those little crossbows.
Pistol one.
Oh yeah, those things. I was like, I don't want to go out and like shoot anything with it, like a animal, but I kind of want to see what this thing can do. You know, just like yeah. Oh my gosh, if I'm not gonna lie. If you against a bear and if you're against a bear and that's the only thing you have, just drop it and run. You know, throw it in the other direction as a sort of distraction. You know, you would be better off fucking running or something.
Offer as a gift to the bear. Maybe he'll forgive you. Oh, cool, a crossbow. Oh no, the bear has a crossbow.
Oh no.
I made it more powerful.
Now it can hunt me.
Bear has equipped crossbow.
I have become the prey.
Actually, that is something that's terrifying. Is that with lack of people, you'll see a lot more animals like coming into the city.
Oh yeah,
because they're already pretty well regulated as far as like they've got animal control. They just are generally skittish around vehicles and people.
Yeah,
but that is the one thing that was on a really good show called Life Without People. It takes the hypothetical scenario.
Yes, I remember that.
Just overnight, just disappeared.
I Am Legend kind of goes into it as well.
It was like, I remember it was like, how long would the Hoover Dam survive or whatever? Like, okay, well, it takes these amount of people to work. All that electrical grid stuff, how long buildings would last, cars, all that stuff. That's super, super interesting show for sure.
It said for beer breweries, like they would, based on the pressure for certain ones of them, they would only last like a couple days.
Oh wow!
Because they would eventually just explode, or
that's surprising.
Rupture, because they're constantly being monitored because it's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
that's definitely surprising. I know. I know. Just in general, like having like human activity will drive off a lot of animals, even bears.
Oh, totally.
They don't like human activity, sort of deal.
Yeah, they're kind of skittish.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's not like every single bear, every single dog, or whatever, every animal you run across. But there's definitely some ballsy videos out there where individuals will film themselves in the woods, like warding off a bear with just the sound of their voice. It makes the bear extremely uncomfortable, sort of deal. But that's an interesting thing to go over, is how to, especially for the average Joe living in a suburban area or just a more urban environment, is really how to survive off of the land. Not even just the necessary tools, but like I said, the skills, exposure, experience, sort of deal.
Oh yeah, that's one reason I kind of want to have a little plot of land to myself, is I'd like to actually learn to grow stuff. We do a little bit at the farm. We tried it more often. We tried like strawberries, but we constantly had pests. I guess the one good thing about if you do have a garden and you have means to hunt and know how to, if you set up that garden and a deer happens to wander in said garden, you can use it as kind of like natural bait.
Yeah,
because they'll come to
it's
it.
True.
There was this what was it? It was funny. It was this from this TV show. It was talking about this marijuana farm, and deer kept coming up and eating the leaves.
Oh my god.
They couldn't do anything about the deer. They didn't want to shoot them because they would draw attention. draw attention to the farm because it's a marijuana farm. But
Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta answer the door real quick. I'll be right back.
you're good. But yeah, definitely need to get that book and a couple other like reference materials. That's another good thing I'd say stock up on is if you can find reference materials.
Yeah.
It's good to know the skill like off the cuff if you don't have the book near you, but if you
Yeah.
have it, it's like okay, even if you don't have access to the internet, you can still read it or like do a step by
Yeah.
step.
And speaking of books and access to the internet, if you do not have access to the internet, the viability and the importance of books increases in general.
And board games.
Yes. So please don't burn your books. Unless it's a very last ditch thing.
What I
But
miss?
if you know how to produce fire in other ways, then do
fire
that.
produce. Okay.
Well, so
Yeah,
we were talking about
books.
how books, if we lose internet because of circumstances like the you just can't maintain the servers and whatnot because everything's gone to crap, books become vastly more important. Not only for the sum of knowledge that they provide, but for practical uses as well. And I personally am opposed to burning books, even if it is to survive. That's why I think it's important to have other ways of doing things. If you can figure out how to burn something else, then do it, because you want to keep the summation of human knowledge alive as much as you possibly can.
And that's another thing to talk about as well, is actually recording the history as you live through it in that sort of scenario. Because I know that with the events that we go to, we like to stay along and kind of develop the lore as we go along. And of course, it's a beautiful thing, because like if something completely left field happens at an event, well, it's like, okay, well, how does my character and our group sort of get over this obstacle? And how does that tie in with the story sort of deal? I think with a real life application, sort of scenario, is actively like recording the history throughout, and I think everyone has, played their fair share of, post-apocalyptic video games, from like Last of Us, Left 4 Dead, Fallout being a big one. And there's like little letters that are left behind from people, and little excerpts from what happened here and what happened there. But keeping kind of like a main dialogue of history would definitely, in my opinion, it's not like the top tier of the list, but I think it's crucial for people who are going to be growing up in the Waste. That's the only life that they've ever known, sort of deal.
And I guess that kind of brings me to the whole purpose of the whole YouTube channel thing that I'm going for, is that ultimately, outside of doing this show with y'all and other Wastelanders and playing games together and stuff like that, I want to do my character story, the Overseer's Logs, where I talk about what my characters experience from the moment that I'm thrust out into the wasteland. There's a time skip, obviously, because there's a lot of time that I'm not. There's a gap where, like, I am living in the shelter, and I'm not out in the wasteland. But what I want to focus on with the logs is covering what happens out in the wasteland. Maybe one day I'll write up a short story about the time in the shelter or whatever. But the primary thing is trying to cover what's happening outside the wasteland in the form of kind of a diary-esque way. And I really need to get on that, to be honest, because that's the primary thing I wanted to do with the channel, to be original and get a potential audience out of that because of the originality of it.
It seems like apocalyptic stuff is kind of coming on the up and up now. There's been a lot of people joining in for the events that we go to, and just in the interest groups on Facebook and wherever.
Oh yeah, I think you're casting your net in a pretty wide audience for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just have
sure.
to reach out. I'm right now like very small. I mean, what, 8 subs? And most of them are people I know in some way or form. So, like, I'd like to grow. I'm not sure if I'm aiming to monetize anytime soon. That's kind of like we'll wait and see. Um, but the main thing is just
I don't
getting
know what
this
happened.
stuff out there.
Yeah, and even if like for my opinion, even if like nothing crazy happens, like you're not the next big YouTuber, I like doing these, and it's a fun digital like scrapbook.
Oh
I
yeah.
can't wait to look back years on this,
Absolutely,
look
absolutely.
look back and just kind of listen to how we were, what we were doing. Oh, and before I forget, the other thing I want to bring up as far as books and entertainment wise is that everyone thinks it's like, oh, as the apocalypse starts, I'm going to be raiding and constantly scavenging, and there's gonna be a lot of downtime. If you've ever been in a power
Oh, yeah.
outage, there's a lot of downtime.
Oh yeah.
So much downtime.
So having books, having games, and that's one thing every sort of like prepping, even emergency stuff. Even I think even on the CDC website, something they recommend you putting in your kit, or if your stash is books, stuff to
Mhm.
do that doesn't require power or the internet,
Oh yeah.
because you're gonna. Now, if you're like in the woods and you're constantly having to worry about your shelter and building stuff like that, but if you're just if you're
Yeah.
bunkering in, as we've all experienced from 2020, if you're gonna have a lot of downtime, so you want to be and keeping a diary also helps you kind of keep your humanity a little bit, keeps up your writing skills. It gives you something to do,
Yeah.
and maybe it'll jog your
Absolutely.
memory, give you ideas on something else.
I
Yeah,
mean,
need to
yeah,
balance these pictures.
that reminds me of a scene out of Lost, one of my favorite TV shows. I know people, I know it's hit and miss with people, but I love Lost.
I didn't watch. I
They
watched the
were
first couple episodes. They're good.
like so there's premises. They crash land on an island. They have to survive, and some other mishaps happen, of course. But
Yeah, Gilligan's Island.
there's a scene where it's just like the group is constantly filled with fear out of their own survival, and a lot of the downtime that they have is used with planning. Well, one of the characters' name is Hugo or Hurley. He decided to take it
I'm
upon
either
himself.
hearing
No one knew what
fireworks
he
or
was
people
doing.
shooting guns outside my window.
Oh wow!
Shit. Pop
Careful.
some shots up at 'em.
Yeah.
Maybe they're taking a what is it, a post New Year's celebration. They didn't get to do it yesterday.
I guess.
Yeah.
If they're
But
expending ammo in this
yeah.
economy, good on them.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
I want to know where they're getting their ammo from. Please hook me up
Yeah,
there, brother. Jeez.
I want
It's
to
a
get
loud
exploded
bang,
for that reason.
though. It's
Might be
it's
a
almost like
firework, man.
somebody's
Might be a
hitting
firework.
something. I don't know.
Oh,
Make
shit.
sure no one's breaking into your residence there.
No, I'm not worried
Make sure
about
you
that.
clutch that airsoft Thompson tight. Let them know you mean let them know you mean business.
I have a level 8 skill in energy weapons, mister. You are toast. Literally.
Oh, give me 1 second. Y'all can talk though.
You good. So,
Yeah,
like,
but
Amy likes Sarah, but like, I don't know. They're like not really for each other. If you ask Bonnie and Rebecca, like Totes Magos, the cutest couple. Like, I cannot wait for prom. Like, oh my gosh.
I didn't know that she was a lesbian. That's so cool.
So like, yeah, it's like yeah, but sometimes it's like yeah. Also, I looked at the picture and I just see Warlord's face. Sorry, the skull face paint, but it's it always quite looks like a panda. I'm trying to think of which one was which. So I think the top picture is from.
No, dude, that's the same event.
That was what, Rev 9?
No, that wasn't Rev 9. I think that was 10.
Oh wait, yeah. If I have that bandolier, yeah, that was Rev 10.
Yeah, that's 10.
Because Rev 10, I didn't have any.
yeah.
I actually didn't have any armor because I was taking a apart the current armor that I was working on, and working on something else. But I found that bandolier at a gun show, and I just picked it up from that.
Oh, nice.
I like your. It looked like the bear man with the jacket. And the...
Yeah, I honestly don't really know what I was going for. I kind of put the animal pelt over my head as kind of like a half hood sort of deal, and
It keeps you warm, I guess.
yeah, no, it definitely kept my head warm for sure. I had had a beanie on too. It was really not trying to be cold that event.
Oh, actually, speaking of good idea as far as going back to weapons and equipment and armor. One of the events we went to called Rev 8, the first day it was freezing rain. So most people weren't even trying to like look Mr. Tactical. It was literally they needed to stay warm. There was places you could get warm.
Oh yeah,
the barn stuff set up, but
yeah,
most people it looked like the road where everyone was just wearing heavy clothes. You didn't really see the people were carrying guns, but you didn't see a whole lot of like load bearing equipment. It was just like backpack and jacket and just them just.
Oh, and nobody had their flamboyant, like no one had their sort of eccentric sort of form over function gear out. It was everyone was just trying to stay dry and trying to stay warm. I remember putting a poncho over everything that I had.
When was this?
Yeah. Oh, Rev 8. I was talking about
Rev 9.
The rain.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Rev 9. Going back into like having your armor set kind of help you with the environment.
Yeah.
And we were talking about Rev 8, like as far as he just brought up the flamboyant, like, oh, I'm a time traveling spaceman. It's like, people were just trying to stay warm. I think for that one, I had my old, which I still have, it's my old flannel jacket. It's a big puffy jacket.
Yeah.
That kept my ass warm, and I think underneath that I had a rain jacket. So I used the hood on that one. And I was just sitting there, just trying not to freeze to death.
Yeah. So I pretty much make it a point for like Revelations.
It's gonna rain.
to wear I like almost my kit. One of the mainstays of it is I have a hoodie of some type underneath the body armor.
Yeah, and no, you're right. And I think for all future armors that I build, it's gonna have a hood because we always have to probably worry about the rain. It's also nice to be able to put your hood up. It'll help keep some heat in if it's colder. Get the sun off you if it's hot and sunny out. So just a simple hood. And what I've done is I've just had a bunch of leftover jackets. I just cut the hood off of that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm also working on a butt hood one that the Nuclear Snail put up. Apparently, if you cut off your jeans to right where the back pockets are, it'll fit your head in there perfectly.
Yeah, I saw that.
So,
I've been watching more of their stuff to kind of get an idea of what I can do.
Oh man. Something I just thought of just from going back and forth from airsoft to real world sort of things is, my goodness, if the real thing happens, how great it will feel not having to wear iPro 24/7.
Yeah,
that is true.
Everything fogs up. You can't see right. You got to scratch. You got to have your fan in the iPro. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not praying for some real world event. No. But if it happens, I won't have to wear annoying ass iPro
all the time,
24/7.
Yeah.
I
do
have to
think
worry about getting my eyes shot out.
There'd still definitely be a time and place for them. Like
if you're in buildings, I would definitely, especially if you're in vehicles, having goggles on, because if your glass gets shot out, the fine particles can get in your eyes or you can breathe it in. But knowing our luck, it'll be some sort of apocalypse where you need to cover your mouth and your eyes. it's like Bird Box, but like you have to wear.
Oh, just our luck. Yeah.
We have to cover our eyes
100%.
and wear the painter's masks.
Well, yeah. In that case, it's like, well, I mean, we're kind of semi used to it already
because of tradition.
This is just know it's going to be a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah.
For the the Omega events, yeah, it's constant. You're wearing your goggles from 8 a.m.
so-
to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass.
So Omega in a way, and part of it's because of the whole they'll smoke us with like
Oh, yeah, 8 a.m. Time to wake up. Here's
well
here's
no
asteroid dust.
I'm talking about the dust thing. So they have
Yeah,
a element of the game where they will throw a bunch of yellow smokes basically, and if you get caught in that without wearing a respirator, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a functioning respirator, you just have to have a respirator.
No, it doesn't.
But if you get caught in that without one, you are considered dead and have to go to respawn.
Yeah.
Your
And
lungs-
it doesn't have to be a specific respirator, but it's not like you can wear like a schmog or like those N95s.
Yeah,
Although during that event they tried to opt people when around one another to have their masks on, of course, in accordance to CDC guidelines. But
yeah.
with those respirators on, I know I don't have the filters in mine whatsoever
I've got
for
old
the gas.
Yeah.
Like I just couldn't find a way to makeshift it in time because I was on a time crunch after I got that respirator for the event, was to makeshift the filter into something more wasteland like, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to be able to have it run through a piped system so that I can just like have less on my
like
face.
World War I style,
Yeah.
or closed atmosphere style. What they do for like if they actually are going into an area where they'll have a tank on their back or a tank pouch that runs away from your face. So you don't have this giant metal disc in front of your face.
Yeah. But
something that would look cool though is if you attached one of those a clear bottle onto the end of the respirator and put a fake plant in there with some dirt.
Oh yeah,
it looks like you're breathing some actual oxygen from the plant.
That actually would be pretty dope. I saw a concept art of someone doing that, but it'd be fun to do like a functioning one of that.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
I do want to do. Actually, no. They have. I'll see if I can post up an improvised gas mask. They take a not a 2 liter. They take a like the boxy water bottle, like the big brick ones, and they cut that down and make it look like one.
I'm sure you can use a 2-liter as well, because I know what you're talking about. I think you can use a 2-liter if I'm not mistaken. You gotta get the the right paddings and stuff though. Whatever the filter, because I forgot how to make it. I used to watch the videos on how to make it just because it looked cool, like a cool arts and craftsy thing for improvised gas masks. But
I'm gonna put in the chat, and I'd love to go to Desolation with or Omega event with this on, because Yuck encourages people to again do more with less, and it would be just really funny to show up with an actual like improvised gas mask.
Nice.
So I'm gonna put them up in the chat for us.
Yeah,
and if you can throw them in the stream.
That's amazing.
So there's that. I think it's for maybe Capri Sun, the square style one, but there's a 2-liter one I have here. I'm gonna post that in.
That's amazing.
Improvise adapt.
Oh my gosh.
Overcome.
The type of response you would have walking around like that in public. These guys got some real balls on them.
Yeah. In a pinch, they'd work, but it's still a gamble because
I'm not knocking the functionality of it, but that is goofy, goofy looking.
That's funny.
I don't think I've seen anyone in this current apocalypse walk around with an actual gas mask on. No, I take it back. I saw a picture one. I haven't seen anyone IRL do it.
In the real world, I have seen a congressman with a gas mask on.
What kind?
Was he trying to make fun of the pandemic?
I think he was.
In doing so,
I think he was.
Okay, all right.
That reminds me.
I think I know who you're talking about.
I don't remember his name.
There was a guy in your area that did it too. He was. I was with Phoenix, and we were getting groceries or whatever for I think the end of the year party, and I was in the checkout line. There's this dude he was a tall dude. He's like 6'3". He was like taller than Anthony. He was wearing a trench coat, a plague doctor's mask, and a clown wig.
That's
And
ridiculous.
I wanted to take a picture.
Are you
but
sure he wasn't just coming from a very obscure party?
He may have been. I wanted to take.
There's some weird stuff around this area. It wouldn't surprise me.
I wanted to take a picture of him, but he left before I could get my camera out because I was in the middle of like bagging groceries. But I'd like to show up to one of the Omega events with I think probably the first one, the first one that you have highlighted.
That one?
The problem is with the Omega events, you want to be able to put these things on quick.
Yeah.
So I have to find a way if I can get some elastic straps to be able to like quickly put it on, because otherwise I don't think I can. I had issues with my respirator.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
I dropped that. Okay.
Oh.
Because I was
sorry, it dropped out for a second.
I was having issues putting mine on and off with my respirator because the strap on it snapped. So I had to like when I got back to camp I had to duct tape it.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was just gonna say carry an emergency roll of duct tape, and if you have that 2-liter or the 1-gallon bottle improvised gas mask, just tape your face.
Yeah,
roll it around a couple times. If you can't duck it, fuck it.
Yeah. Because I know at the last Omega event I got killed by the gas because when we were defending our campsite, they threw a gas grenade at us while we were trying to defend it.
Yeah.
Oh, like that style gas mask with the hose pipe.
Yeah, Stalker.
Yeah. Speaking of
Stalker,
those
I've been
gas,
playing for the channel.
The smokes. I'd be interested in potentially using one of the airsoft, either like Enola Gaze or one of the other smoke grenades, like in a IRL sort of scenario. I think that might still have some practical use.
Yeah, I'd keep some on you, especially the ones that can put out a bunch of smoke.
Yeah.
If you're in buildings, they're great. Even outside, if you want to just kind of like have a diversion, you can toss a smoke grenade. You can make them. I made one back when I was a degenerate, or more of a degenerate. It's like use aluminum foil, a ping pong ball, and something else, and you light it on fire, and it creates like a smoke. But the problem with that smoke is you definitely don't want to breathe it in because it has aluminum in it and some other weird metals. But yeah, no, smoke grenades absolutely still have a pretty good practical use in the apocalypse. The problem is you have to make sure they're kept they don't get exposed to water because they'll like fireworks, they'll come apart.
Oh yeah.
Actually, in the zombie apocalypse, fireworks would come in handy too.
There's a distraction at the very least.
You can use them as a distraction.
Pyro.
Or you can learn to make your own. I was watching something on I think the Discovery Channel. It was actually showing how they make fireworks, and it is incredibly dangerous.
Oh, I bet.
Unfortunately, you can no longer use pyrotechnics at Bellahack.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Insurance policies.
Yeah, can't use smokes, can't use. You can use bangers. That's about it.
Bangers.
But you can't use them in Connex.
Yeah. So
I'd love to get some actual flashbangs. those would be fun, but those are considered a explosive device.
Yeah, I don't know the legalities of owning a flashbang, but that'd be really interesting.
Yeah, I think the SWAT team trains when I was a cop. The SWAT team trains with them. We never got like any exposure to them.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I've got some examples of like gas masks and stuff in video games. So I got the Stalker one, Metro, and Wasteland.
Yeah,
and the Wasteland definitely, the Wasteland picture definitely has a variety of versions of
gas mask. Yeah, because in game you can get a bunch of different styles ones, and I guess for information purposes, I guess for the people listening in, you can buy the actual mask itself. I mean, you can get different styles, you can get different whatever suits you, but they have different filters that you can screw into it that are rated for different things.
Mm-hmm.
Like how the painter masks have different filters. Because I used to have and I bought it at a surplus store. It was a gas mask that was filtered. It had a 2 filters for tear gas. It was used by police. But you can get ones that are more for like CS gas, something, or it's the same thing. You can get stuff that's more for like biological stuff. You can get stuff that's more for Was it biochem and like certain particle ones?
A lot of them will be used for like asbestos and stuff like that, because
Yeah.
especially in the area that
Yeah.
Prophet and I live in, like there's a lot of asbestos in a lot of the older buildings in the area, because
Asbestos, it's not the bestest.
no, not at all.
That's
Yeah, I had some in the building that I work in.
Have you ever
there's
suffered from mesothelioma, Paul?
Oh, I remember those
Such and
commercials.
such lawyer right now.
Oh my! They duct tape the entire room. They isolate it completely. But hey,
yeah.
give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the name of the movie. There was let's see, Wasteland. There was a movie where one of the currencies was silver, and what they would do is they'd use the silver.
Where'd they get that from?
Well, they'd use it for what is it? Was it silver? Let's look it up. No, I take it back. It was maybe it was part. Yeah, it was silver powder. That they would actually use for filters. And the other currency was water purification tabs that they made.
Huh.
So that was the currency. I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Wasteland movie.
It could literally be Waterworld for all we know.
Yeah, as much people knock Waterworld, I really like the concept of it. There's a lot of dumb decisions because it's an action movie, but like
yeah,
the idea of having a completely flooded Earth is kind of terrifying.
so-
I already don't like being in the ocean.
So isn't yeah, it's escaping me. Mad Max basically in a opposite scenario where like most of the water is dried up.
Yeah, the lore on it, I'd have to look more into it, but from what I remember, there's some sort of like an ecological event
Yeah,
where a lot of the water ends up drying up.
like it's not all gone, but
Yeah, it's not all completely gone, but what's left over is whatever's left over, like the main Atlantic and Pacific Ocean, I think are like contaminated. I can't remember if there's war involved with them, but I know there was some sort of ecological disaster.
yeah. And
Alrighty.
you'd have to watch the first movie again to get a lot of that stuff, because
because it's almost like a prequel to the actual disaster.
Yeah,
it's in the process of society breaking down.
Yep. But
God, I'm trying to find that movie because I highly recommend it actually.
What movie?
There's a movie where it's about this female bounty hunter, and the currency for that is water purification tabs and silver that is used to manufacture gas mask filters.
Huh.
Now, I know silver has an antibacterial properties, and they use it for they actually do use it in medical purposes. Because my dad had a knee injury where he had some sort of like silver something in some sort of like thing stitch was like silver.
I just question the viability of using silver as same with gold, honestly, as like a currency or a currency standard in an apocalypse scenario, because a lot of like, I guess this kind of a knock on some of the preppers, especially the more libertarian types. A lot of what I've seen with them is that they're always like, buy gold, guys, buy gold,
I've not understood that either, and I agree with you there. There's a mixed opinion on the whole
that would imply that they've established themselves in a community with an economy.
Oh,
but if they're not doing that and they're just trying to hoard it, then the value of that gold is nothing. The like currency, fiat, whatever you want to go off of, and we talked about it in the context of the Revelations and their currency and how it kind of fell apart because the value of the currency was reduced to basically nothing, because people had there was no faith in the currency anymore, because their system is largely based in the same way that the US's dollar is. It's based on fiat. It's based on whether or not people value it and trust that
Yeah.
it's valuable. It doesn't have a
I-
gold standard or something like that.
Are you familiar with the Doomsday Prepper show?
A little bit, yes.
So, I saw one of the dudes up there, and I hope I'm quoting him correctly, but I believe what he said is because he was also one of those types of people that would try to buy things in gold. Like he wasn't opposed to using cash, but he did a lot more investing into gold than your average Joe.
Mhm.
So he just basically stated that the reason why he does it is he believes that since the value of the dollar is backed by a reserve of gold in his mind, backed by a reserve of gold, that cash would no longer be useful. And the primary source of, trading, buying, this, that, or the third is just going to be gold.
I don't
And
think
I don't know
that's
if it's based
practical.
out of like a. What's that?
That's not practical, though.
Right, and I guess that
Who's
more or
gonna
less,
carry around bars of gold?
stems from his belief. Well, he wouldn't even carry around bars of gold. Like he would have either gold coins or they weren't like
Coins
full,
are
like
not
seeing
practical
the
either.
TV shows bar of gold.
Like, the main reason we have bills is because bills are more practical to carry around than coins are.
Well, if it was based on convenience of just the kind of the realistic aspect of using gold as a form of currency, if it was based on convenience, then the dollar would never lose its value.
Well, I know.
But if it's based on if it's more or less if his reasoning is just based on, okay, the dollar is going to lose its said value because of X, well, why not use the kind of the only source that our paper money is supposedly backed by, which is gold? Because apparently gold doesn't lose its like immediate value in today's market. It still holds whatever value it used to back in the day. But that was kind of his sentiments towards it in the show. Which I mean, I'm not any sort of financial person.
Neither
I'm not
am
a lot
I.
of things, as I've stated tonight. But I'm not that sort of person that knows a lot about finances, the economy, this, that, and the third. But if that guy has more of a view into it than I do, maybe there might be some truth behind it, or maybe it's just all bullshit. But
I
I don't know.
I just think that gold would only be viable in a settled, established circumstance. If you
That's where I
had
think
a
we're
town that you were running and you wanted to have an economy, then maybe you could use gold as your standard for the economy. But if you're gonna go out into the world and just be a random adventurer type or a wastelander or whatever, that no amount of gold is gonna be worth anything to you.
Eat gold.
Especially if some other places might have a entirely different standard. I mean, Fallout uses water as the basis or the original basis for the value of caps.
I know that gold, it's not just having to do with its rarity that makes it valuable. It does have some elemental sort of like resources, though.
Yeah.
Electrical uses and some uses in like
It's in
surgery,
all our phones.
and it's kind of to drive technological advances. It's not contingent on gold, but gold is definitely one of those resources that we utilize every single day. Now, like I said, I don't know the rationale behind it, just because I don't have that sort of education or know-how when it comes to that topic. But I don't think, in my personal opinion, I don't think that it is far-fetched at all. If you can make a currency that runs on bottle caps, then you can definitely make a currency that runs primarily on gold.
Yeah.
And considering that is what our dollar is backed by, it doesn't seem as far-fetched as, let's say, a bottle cap versus a gold coin or token.
Technically, the dollar is no longer backed by it. We're off the gold standard, and now it's all based on fiat, which is essentially whether or not people have faith in the value of the dollar. And it's just we've been lucky.
Well,
And what a teetery-tottery system that is.
Oh, I know.
yeah, that's why.
That's why
yeah, I'd
people
say
want to
we're-
get rid of the Federal Reserve and all the other stuff, because it's like or they want to go back to the gold standard because it's potentially dangerous to have your entire currency system based on whether or not people feel good about it. Which is why which is my criticism of the stock market, but I'm not going to get into the
right.
And
I think we're
inching
about this
into
before,
politics.
Like, the system that could potentially like take back over, which I think is kind of just a given, considering like we do it every day anyway. Like you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, sort of deal is bartering and trading.
Yes.
Tradable items. Because I know like a lot, like even in the events, like people love like cigarettes.
Oh yeah.
People love cigarettes and jerky and all that stuff, and that doesn't necessarily have any like you can't just go into the store and say, oh, I'll buy that Slim Jim for 5 cigarettes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Of course it doesn't work that way, but if we're dealing with post-apocalyptic stuff, I think that system over any sort of like monetary value is definitely going to reign supreme as far as what the currency would be.
Oh yeah. And it's not
that scenario.
It's not that there wouldn't be a currency. I mean, like, for as much bartering as there is and trading as there is in Rev and stuff like that, there are still people that are buying things with the currency that is capped.
Yeah. Or cash.
Yeah.
I think it's probably now more closer to the metro system of using like high valuable items like ammo or toilet paper or services, especially. I did hear a lot about like when barbershops closed, that people were trading goods and services for people who knew like barbers or hairdressers. They would go in, hey, can you do XYZ? I'll trade you. They'll do it on the side. Like they couldn't go into their actual store to do hair cutting, but they would at home. Yeah. One of our friends, that's exactly what they did is they'd set up a little mini hairdresser store inside their apartment.
Yeah.
And they would. Our friends would come up and be like, "Hey, I need a haircut or whatever," and you could either pay her in like cash, you could do like trading items or whatever, and that's how she got by during the initial part of it.
Hey, more power to you, man.
Yeah, and that's like it goes back to having skill sets, and we'll probably touch on more. I think that'd be a good next topic. Will be skill sets and jobs that would definitely help you. So if you want to think about it. How many people were kind of already on the verge when they just wanted to get their hair cut?
Yeah.
Or like get their hair done. I was looking pretty rough around the edges. Thankfully they opened up.
So I had told my family, because I'm trying not to get political, but I feel like I'm gonna kind of end up being that way. So I basically expressed to my family that I myself am not worried about myself. I am an introverted person by nature, so I can go for a good while without much interaction with other people, and that's fine. So the circumstances that we're all living under right now are not as effective on me as they are on others. However, I have friends, and y'all included to some degree, who are more extroverted, and because of that, I acknowledge that y'all are more likely to go stir crazy if you're not doing anything and not interacting with people, as opposed to me. So, like, I'm vocal about that kind of stuff, even though it's like controversial at times.
I completely get that. Yeah.
I wasn't at first because I understand the severity of everything. I did want to like make sure, and I at the beginning I actually did have a lot of side projects. I was like, I can do this in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
But after a while, like not being like it was exactly like how I was on night shift.
Yeah.
where I would wake up, I would go to work, I would just repeat the cycle and not really talk to anybody, like any of you guys, because everyone's asleep or they're at work, so I couldn't really do anything.
That's me.
Yeah, so it got to the point where I was just like, I was just miserable because it's like, man, I'm so fucking like, it's just depressing because I'm not really talking, man. I'm just literally just go to job, go to bed, go to job, go to bed.
Oh, yeah.
Let's repeat.
Oh man, I'm not a big reader, and I'm not a big writer. I started doing both on the current night shift that I'm in, and to kind of go piggyback off of what Overseer was talking about, introvert, extrovert, sort of the looming scenario of staying inside the home. Yeah. I completely I'm fine. Like I'm fine with being by myself, right? I know a lot of people aren't, and that's perfectly fine. I'm cool with either being by myself or being around people. There's only so much of people that I can handle to where I'm just like, okay, I need to get a break. I think everyone's like that. They need some of their, me time sort of deal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm like that, especially because my job requires me to talk to a lot of people, both in the wasteland and IRL.
Yeah. And what really like affected, I would say, instead of like me wanting to hang out with people, like my extracurricular activities, like I make a little bit of music here and there. I work with people and hang out with them, sort of deal. Is really like, since I'm fine with being by myself, the whole lockdown didn't super affect me to the degree of, I want to go see people. It was, I don't really want to be unproductive. Like I don't want to just stay sort of like stagnant and kind of like have my like ability to do certain things sort of like atrophy,
Oh yeah. I know that feeling.
And
part of the reason
every
started
single
this whole
person has
thing
those
was
days
because of that.
Yeah, every person has those days where they just want to sit back, play some Call of Duty, watch Netflix, and fuck off, do nothing.
Yeah.
Everyone has those, but I found myself more or less wanting to be productive because it's like, well, if I can't do anything else, what else am I going to do? I don't want to just sit.
Yeah, time to learn a new skill, time to crack open that book. I'm trying to think of what I actually did during the beginning. I think there was a couple of things like armor projects I was working on, or just side stuff. I know now because it's even if it wasn't the apocalypse, the wintertime after there really doesn't. There's nothing that really happens until like March.
Yeah.
Because it's winter, but it's cold. Everyone's just kind of inside. So usually this is the time for me when I'll work on projects, I'll clean up and dejunk. But it's like, well, most of that's already done. So I do. I'm actually gonna get rid of stuff. Like it's one of those things where I collected too many things for crafting materials. So I need to actually go through and like figure out, all right, what do I just not need, or what is just taking up space? Because we're moving in July, so I want to be able to get in and out a little bit easier than how we moved in. So definitely trimming down what we have, getting rid of furniture that I'm just not using, or just kind of do more with less sort of mantra.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. I will say the one thing though is I love the idea or the things that we do like outside of the events, just because we know like, oh shit, if this is canceled, we'll get together anyway.
Yeah.
And it'll sort of it'll be the same dynamic, it'll be same chemistry, it'll be this, that, and the third. And that sort of like almost like tides you over to the next big event,
Oh, definitely.
Exactly.
Keeping the spirits up.
Yeah,
like the moral, a lot of people don't put an emphasis on the whole moral aspect, like keeping morals high within the group, and that really, in my opinion, keeps the morals up for sure. It's like, oh yeah, we're still all in this together, guys.
Yeah,
we're still talking to each other. Like if we
completely
cut off.
I think in some ways that party in exchange for going to the event and was beneficial to the group as a whole, because it gave us a chance to like settle down and actually like talk to one another and kind of get to know each other better than we otherwise would have. Because let's be honest, during the event it's kind of hard to like really sit down for a moment and talk to somebody.
And plus you're playing a character for like 70% of the time anyway, so it's like
We're constantly running around.
And the game atmosphere and the event atmosphere for sure.
Yeah, so I think having the party definitely benefits us in the long run because it gives people a better idea of who we actually are and stuff like that and what our plans are for the future. And
yeah,
like it'll
I
make the
think
dynamic in the game more interesting too because we'll know more about each other and what to expect from each other and stuff like that.
exactly.
Absolutely.
That's why I love the mini podcast that we did while we were there.
Yeah.
And I'd love to do that just not even just with them, but like different sets of characters.
I need
just
to
have you
get
and me-
with
have you
Warlord
and Trevor
about
do
the
that.
recordings because I still haven't listened to mine yet.
Yeah,
And I want to
have just
upload
different
that.
characters interacting with each other.
And speaking of recordings, the night of I believe it was Rev 10 or 11, I can't remember when Christopher came around the fire.
Yeah, I still
Is there
have those.
any usable audio?
Trevor, I think, has it.
I know he has it. That's why I'm asking. Is there any usable
audio is hard to say because the issue was I put my recorder in my pocket and every time I moved it would peak the audio. So I have no idea how much of it's actually useful.
well,
I do need to go through it. It's like 2-3 hours worth of recording though. So I mean it's gonna take some time regardless. I think have it on my computer now. So I'm that far. And now that I've kind of learned how to use my editing software a bit better, I should be able to do more with it. But I as much as I would like to be able to figure out a way to get rid of the peak stuff, I might not have any luck there, and I might just have to like reduce the volume a little bit so that it doesn't like scream in people's ears when they want to hear it.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But that's gonna be staying in the group because that's all us screwing around.
I get
stuff
it.
like that.
I didn't know if we could add a couple of snippets and Wasteland After Hours.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Depending on what it is, I could use some of it and upload like some sort of like montage highlights type thing.
We're still in the baby stages now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, hell.
It's good fun, it's good character building, and
Yeah.
it helps us kind of develop things because that's one of the things I'm trying to work on now is not just being we just sell stuff.
Yeah.
Like either expanding the businesses or actually going out and interacting,
Making other people sell stuff for you.
Yeah, like making like an actual legitimate caravan. Like if I could step back, like bring the stuff, and then if people like as an administrative role, like actually run the Circus of Ire, run the Royal Bull as an actual like caravan director. So coordinate with security, coordinate with logistics.
Yeah.
Go out and talk to different factions and go and do that. I think that'd be fun. As much as I do like selling stuff.
And then instead of giving a sales pitch, you could start giving your motivational speeches to all of your sales associates.
Yeah.
Sell. Those are rookie numbers.
Those are rookie numbers, kid.
Those are rookie numbers. That's why I kind of like the Omega events now. I'm kind of branching out.
Yeah. And I mean, I've definitely taken on more of a diplomatic role and stuff like that. I'm more going out doing the missions and quests and stuff, as well as communicating with other factions to make sure that there's no hard feelings or whatever. So I mean, there's definitely you have more flexibility than you once had, if only because of stuff like that. Because like I'm not as worried about leaving you there as I might have used to be. So I'm more flexible now with what I can do, which basically allows you to be more flexible as well.
Yeah. At first it was a bit tough because again we're out in the open, we're trying a new thing, and it worked out. People actually generally liked having a an independent merchant from the Ballahack field to pretty much sell anything. Because some of the other merchants they're limited on what they can sell. It's only like
Now, I will say, have you guys ever contemplating opening up like another location, but still keeping the same location as well? Like just have two separate.
Now that they've added a bunch of stuff at Ballahack in the town, I'd like to have like a store at the COV around the pond bunkers, do one in town, and then do one up north, or do one at like.
I'd love to do one at Purple Coat's place at Newmarket.
Yeah, because that's another busy place. So being able to do those three, the problem is finding
people,
3 separate people to be essentially their own. They would be able to sell or to take on the mantle of, yes, you are Circus of Value. I trust you with the name, because again, if they act up or if they're shysting people, then it brings my reputation down.
Yep. And then I have to come in.
And I was gonna suggest, like, if you did move it, the quote unquote of value thing could still remain, but you would like still hold rights for Circus of Value at this location. Like if you were to make one in like the town somewhere, let's just say, for example, you made one in the town, it could be called like something of value, but it would still hold the of value sort of deal.
Okay.
It'd almost be like kind of like a Carl's Jr.
Like a branding
Like
thing.
it's Hardee's. It's obviously Hardee's, but it's Carl's Jr. Is a separate name. But yeah, right. It could be like something else of value, but Circus of Value, like, especially when it comes to location wise, like if I can see people running into problems, like if there's a Circus of Value both here and here, it's like, okay, well, which one sort of deal?
Yeah.
Oh, it's true, because it's unfortunate that the Royal Blue is never really taken off as a name. Usually, whenever people refer to the pond bunkers, it's always the Circus of Value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It used to be the Royal Blue, and I think we ended up kind of like overshadowing them after a while.
Yeah, the other store would have to be smaller. It would be the Circus of Miniature Value.
The first ring of the 3-ring circus.
the Coliseum of Value.
Ring of Value.
Ring of Value. Dollar or cap was a Family Dollar, but like Family Cap. Or Dollar General, Cap General.
They always have to have dollar in it. Dollar Tree, Dollar General.
I don't know if they're owned by the same company. I assume they are.
Yeah.
But I do love going there though, because it's.
And there's just Dollar Store.
That's true. There's just a dollar store. Don't sleep on the Dollar General franchise. It got some good stuff there.
They also
look,
make
on
sure
the
to
roads,
build,
dude,
like,
on the freaking roads to and fro events, especially when it comes to Perdition and Deso Survive Omega events. Those Dollar Generals come in fucking clutch. They come in clutch. So
toiletries, snacks, drinks, everything.
Everything would be closed, and it's like, oh my gosh, I need a quick snack, and I also need to take a piss. Where can I do that at? Well, this 7-Eleven is closed and also doesn't have a bathroom. Guess what? This Dollar General takes its marketing sort of values directly from Waffle House and will stay open rain, sleet, snow, and hail just for that person who's going to an event at 3 in the morning that needs to go to the bathroom and buy a bag of chips.
With Fulda Gap too. There's a dollar store that's nearby. I always stop there and get like snacks. Because it's if you go to the gas station, the snacks are like a couple bucks per, like $3 or $4 depending on what you're getting.
Oh yeah.
Go to the dollar store, it's all $1, baby. It's in the name. Except I think Family Dollar. I think Family Dollar, it's cheap. It's not $1 though. It's usually really reduced prices.
Yeah.
Still good though. Like I still highly recommend it. You can also get like canned goods there. So like as far as like me prepping wise, I usually go there and get like rice.
Sponsor us, Dollar General.
I usually go there and get like beans and rice and some other odds and ends.
That would be funny.
And grocery shopping too. Condiments. The Circus Value is sponsored by the dollar store.
Use Follow Man Radio as 10% discount when you're talking to your clerk.
Yeah.
You're gonna dime off.
Follow Man Radio slash dollar or Dollar General slash Follow Man Radio. That would be hilarious.
The apocalypse, the dollar store cartel would.
I know that eventually, if things work out, I am going to get that Raid Shadow Legends email.
Raid Shadow Legends. My favorite character, the Dollar General.
And it'll be some massive sum of money, and I'll just be like, God damn.
Sure, fuck it. I always feel bad when what's his doodle? What's the guy who does Mad Lads?
Count Dankula.
Yeah, when Count Dankula does it, because you can kind of tell it's like he's just doing it, just because no one else will sponsor him.
I love how he's always like, "It's your boy."
Sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
he mocks the audience because he goes, "It's your boy, Raid Shadow Legends."
Same with when Internet Historian did a Raid Shadow Legends live stream.
Yeah.
Where all they were just doing is talking about Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh yeah.
Like I get the marketing, like the exposure's everywhere, but I think like what eventually gets to people is just why the hell is it talked about so much, and it just piques your curiosity to the point where it's like, all right, fuck it, let me download it real quick.
Yeah.
Let me see what this is all about.
See, if Mika came to me and wanted me to sponsor Girls Frontline, I will do it in a heartbeat. But like, I don't know about fucking Raid. I don't care how much money they're willing to give me.
Shadow Legends. What if they want to give you $2?
Red Bull, if you're listening.
Big Red. If you don't chew it, or if you don't chew Big Red,
we have to do
you.
crazy thrill stuff before they sponsor us.
We gotta have big red arrows pointing to stuff and dumb, exaggerated like us reaction faces.
Yeah.
You'll never believe this.
I mean, I would really eventually love to. Maybe we'd have to do like a Kickstarter or something for this, but like get a Kickstarter or something to do a mini series where it's like all of us doing Wasteland shit.
Wasteland Radio, we bring Hollywood home.
And I mean, I would like to do face cam and stuff for even this eventually. I mean, our faces are practically already out there with all the pictures we've shown.
I'm ugly as hell.
But I just think
face.
it would be better if we got to the point where like we had a studio-ish environment, I guess. It doesn't have to be necessarily a studio though.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually getting a webcam for the computer. I do plan to get some modders soon, so they might be built in and like
that
doing like a background sceneries. And then when we do the call,
value through the roof.
Yeah, when we actually do the calls, I could be in gear.
Yeah, that's the plan. Because I know that
that'd be super dope.
Other YouTubers
You're
have done
super
it.
dope.
In fact, you know what, real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the stream. So we'll talk a little bit more
it's already
afterwards.
3 in the morning.
Because now we're just getting into future plan stuff. But
yeah.
So thank you all for watching. If you were here, please leave us stream a like, subscribe, follow, whatever you need to do, and comment. Let me know what you think. And we'll see you next Friday for Follow Man Radio's episode 2, topic pending. And as always, Wastelanders, good luck out there.
Hell yeah.